Okie dokie. Yeah, we got ourselves an early one here. Guys and gals and all the other pals. Thanks for popping in and joining me, Delphix, Dash, everybody else who is out there waiting in the wings, and everybody watching later on. Yeah, my wife's working. I finished up editing my videos through January, so I'm going to start working on the February ones tomorrow. While Hero is working on some concept art for the region, for the game, and I got to put some more notes in there. But I wanted to get on a little early, play our Infinite Fusion. Hey, what's going on, Mad Hulk? Thanks for popping in, man. Sorry, I just ate a bunch of. I just like tossed. I had a bunch of leftover. I made chicken chicken sandwiches for everybody. And I had some nugget-shaped ones left over that I had made for my daughter. And I was like, oh, I need to eat dinner if I'm going to stream for like 5 hours. So I was just I covered them in sriracha and barbecue sauce and shoved them all in my face really fast. Because that's how I eat my food. And hold on. So now I'm a little gross and snotty, and I apologize for that. But great first impression for Hulk. But I wanted to pop on early, see how far we could get in Infinite Fusion, and then, like the title of the stream says, Hero and I landed on who our regional Pokemon are gonna be for the game, but when filling out the rest of the decks, I thought it would be fun if we could maybe do some of that together. Hey, what's going on, Silver? So we're gonna play Infinite Fusion for a little while, see how that's going, and then we'll transfer on over. Pardon me, and talk about some D&D stuff afterwards. What's going on, Keenan? Keenran? Anyways, let's grab this egg from our sister. So if you were not here, I'm really glad you could pop in. That's awesome. Why am I back in Pallet Town? Because we have to head down to Cinnabar. So we just grabbed the egg from our sister, which is I don't remember which egg. Who's our starter? Who's our starter Pokemon? That's right. It was Swampert. So this should be a Bulbasaur egg then. So we have ourselves a couple of fossils, a couple of eggs. Let's make our way down here. You can turn on the custom egg option. Oh, I know. I never turned it off though. It's the thing. My nose. No, Maisie, my dog. It's like insanely windy out, and so she keeps on wanting to go outside because she likes to go outside, but then she keeps on freaking out. It's fine. Are there any more cool hats in Infinite Fusion? Probably. I have not gone. What's it called? I have not gone hunting for clothing in a long time. I got to do that. Yeah, we did lose our starter Dash. We lost a bunch of friends. So Silphco and just the entirety of Silphco, and then by extension some of Sabrina, really put a number on our squad here. So we have lost like what is this, 9 Pokemon, 10 Pokemon, but our box is still looking aggressively okay, and we have a whole bunch of encounters coming up. So we're gonna grab this Route 21 encounter for a Whimsicott, and I'll take that all day long. But we do need to get somebody in there who can resist a grass move. Oh, well, that didn't work. Let's just try to throw a ball at it. I forgot to grab Ultra Balls. That might be a problem. Yeah, that might be a problem. The only way to enable debug mode without the boots is, I mean, there is no way to on this. Let me hold on. Let me get myself together here. There is no way to do that. In this game, you need the boots for debug mode. I probably won't get KO it. There we go. All right, one more. In some RPG Maker games, you have access to the program file, and when that's the case, Then you can open up the project in RPG Maker and hit the play button. There are some games that give you access to that, but Infinite Fusion is so heavily modified that that is not something that comes with the download folder. So yeah, there's nothing for that. Things like this, usually it's games that have large teams. They don't have that stuff in they don't have that stuff in the download folder. Yeah, so if you I have never done the full Pokédex. I found a file on Reddit that I added to my save data box, and that's what I use. That's what I've always used. We do have Whimsicott now, so in emulator there's like 3 options, the heal team items. Yeah, so I use hey, what's going on, Beck? So I'm a little gunked up. Like I said, I ate my things. Yeah, it took a really long time. Classic mode, full Pokedex, get the boots. At some point, I do want to do a just straight run, but it's just like I feel so spoiled in this game specifically because I basically have always had it. Oh, so if you're doing it on mobile, you can do it through JoyPlay? That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, you can just get the save file on Reddit. This is Reddit post. Just all what I used to tell people is just Google Pokemon Infinite Fusion Magic Boots save file. And there was a Reddit post from, at this point, it's probably 3 or 4 years old, but it's somebody with a link, and then you just go ahead and drop that save file into your save folder, open up that file, put on the Magic Boots, and go back to the main menu, and now debug mode's on. Then you can, on your normal file, your existing file, you can just go ahead and give, since you have debug mode on, you can give yourself the Magic Boots at that point, and then just repeat that process for every save file that you have. That's, like I said, that's what I do. We have a couple of, so are we going to blow up the burb? Yeah, probably, because we don't have Lapras to Parasong it. So we'll probably give ourselves Fortress because we have Venomoth right here. So I can go ahead and same thing with Ariados. So we do have a fully evolved bug, so we can go ahead and get the Pineco in Pewter City. But first things first, we do have a handful of encounters that we need to get. What we need to decide as a family here is if I'm grabbing a Tentacool/Cruel in the Cinnabar Islands, that bay while you're technically still in Cinnabar Island, but in the water, or are we grabbing Absol? We do also have Tyrantrum. So we have it at Whimsicott. So our next Pokemon that we need to fuse up with is Whimsicott. So our options are a couple of them. So let's take a look at Whimsicott first with Absol, and I'm pretty sure that this makes the Cult of the Lamb guy. I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, no, though. It must be somebody else that does that. All right, but we can get a Dark Fairy, 469, really fast with Prankster and Super Luck. It's an okay Pokemon. Hey, that's great, man. Congratulations. Why not both Absol is static? Yeah, that's true. We could do that. And yeah, Dark Fairy is a good typing. It is a Psychic Gym. With that Metachamp. So yeah, let's do that. We'll see if we can catch it first. Here we go. So first things first, let's just try throwing an Ultra Ball at it and seeing what happens. Nope. Okie dokie. Don't love the Swords Dance. This is Psychic, right? Yeah, it certainly is. Let's go ahead and swap out and into Goalie. So it goes for a Slash. That's fine. Well, you son of a gun. All right. Ooh, boy, howdy. Okie dokie. We might not catch this. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to go. Homie, just get in the ball. Ugh. Please don't. Bro. Yeah. Okay, I'm not risking this. Yeah, let's go for Tentacruel. And of course, now my heat is like too hot. But yeah, I'm super excited. So we'll play this for. Ooh, static just turned off my monitor. Am I still here? I am. Okay, cool. Static in the microphone slot of my controller turned off both my monitors. But we're safe, everybody. I didn't break my computer with my slippers. But anyways, my plan here. Ooh, it's a Chinchu. That's not what I wanted. Okay. I mean, it still works. It's just, not quite what I'm looking for here, but that's fine, I guess. We still could use it. Yeah, no, it's fine. It'll work. I can give it Volt Absorb, right? Yeah, so it'll have Volt Absorb, so it'll still be pretty good for fighting against that Mokuno, actually. Which is cool. I like that. That actually works. But let's take Illy out from the front because yeah, that ain't for me, dog. Yeah, but you're right. Oops, shoot. All right. So we do have old Amber. I got the old Amber and I beat up the fossil guy again so we could get our Tyrantrum fossil. So do we want to do Aerodactyl with Tyrantrum? I mean, it's just still Rock Dragon. It's very cool looking. And the Lantern Fusion's super cute. Rock Dragon, it's only 518. It's got good speed, good defense, obviously good attack. Ooh, it's got like a cool like axe beak sprite. So maybe we do that. Obviously, Rock Dragon isn't like the best thing in the world. It's got a lot of weaknesses. But it is very cool. Okay. I think I see. We also have this Bulbasaur egg. Stantler and oh, nice. Yeah, no, Grass Dragon's not doing me any better. Yeah, I think I'd go with that because I at least know what I'm getting myself into. Yeah, I could go Rock Flying. Tyrantrum with Aerodactyl. Maeve! Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome to party, my guy. We could go with... Yeah, but it's... I mean... yeah, the Rock Flying one's a little bit better. Well, let's think about what we have to fight. Bruno has Rock. Lorelei's Water. We have Water, Rock, Poison, and Flying. I don't know. I kind of also just like the Axe Beak sprite better. I mean, I don't think one's necessarily that much better than the other. Obviously, I'm getting a ground immunity, which is fantastic. And we are losing the fighting weakness. I have not heard of Pokemon Infinite. It sounds vaguely familiar, Delphix. Any Steel types for Lorelei? Not currently. Well, what do they want for the Skarmory? The Skarmory here. What do I need to trade it? A Dodrio. Where do you catch Dodrio in remix mode? Doduo, Infinite Fusion Encounters. Because if I can get a Doduo, I can justify it. Remix. Doduo you get on Route 9. So I could just give myself a Doduo. Hey, that's great, man. That's wicked awesome. Well, depending on how long you get to hang out with us, I'm going to show off... what's the word I'm looking for? Hero finished off on the preliminary sketches for all of the final forms of the regionals that we picked. Going off of the list that we had made together a couple of weeks ago, and then just him and I talking because we wanted to have a more balanced like base stat total between them. So we're rocking out with that. We got all that done. So we have all of our regionals. So I want to show everybody that stuff along with the sketches of some of the trainers that we have so far. And then for filling in some more parts of the Pokedex, I wanted us to do that together maybe. So we'll do that in a couple of hours, maybe. We'll see how this stream goes and kind of go from there. So we'll see how, if we lose this run, we'll do it more quickly. If we do manage to get through either getting to the Elite Four or beating the Elite Four before we go to Johto, then we'll do it then. One of the two. We'll see. We'll just kind of see what happens. But unless one of my wife comes home, I mean, I might need to take a little bit of a break to get, like, if I gotta get dinner ready for her or something like that, because she's at work right now. But I plan on just playing until, whatever, 10, 11, 10, 11 my time, whenever I go to bed. All right, so, oh yeah, I need to upgrade you, my little dude. Debug species. And we also have sketches for the final evolutions of the totally not dragon, but definitely dragon starters. So, all fun stuff. Cool. We got Skarmory now. So what about Skarmory with either Tyranitar or Aerodactyl? Skarmory. So Steel and Dragon. The base stat total is not great. For obvious reasons. But, I mean, it's a great Pokemon. It only has 2 weaknesses. And I don't believe you get access to Dragon Dance, but I know you get access to... yeah, Dragon Dance is an egg move. But we can learn Swords Dance via TM if I can get it to last until Victory Road. Like -5 with wind chill in my area. Damn, dude. Yeah, not quite that cold yet. What are we looking at today? With the wind. Yeah, 14 with the wind chill for us. So 31 feels like 14 is what we got going on up in my part of the Northeast. So yeah, it's cold. The wind's really whipping around tonight. Dog's freaking out. Let's look at Aerodactyl before I do this. Aerodactyl, yeah, Steel Flying. Yeah, it's the same thing. So yeah, we'll go with Skarmory with our boy. But that does mean that we have Aerodactyl. I could do Aerodactyl with Venusaur. We do have that egg. Grass Flying isn't that great. Rock Poison, I love that. Yeah, I mean, I love both of these sprites, but it's just not a good Pokemon. So let's just see what we get in... let's go ahead and revive Tyrantrum first. And then we can go from there. Maybe you've been missing it. The last week or so, we've had like 50 to to 70, like between like 40 and 70 people hanging out with us while we're streaming. It is absolutely insane. I dare, once again, and I still dare. I dare YouTube. I dare Google. Give me so many people that I can't even see what's going on. 40. Yeah, well, you know, you're up by the I mean, I guess it should be colder for you. It should be colder for you. But yeah, no, it's wicked cold up here. It's also very windy though. I think that's part of the problem. You're driving them away. No, honestly, I think that it is the burning desire for more Infinite Fusion. It's been a while since I've fused Infinite Fusion, so I think that folks are ready for it. People want it. They're ready to rock out with it, you know? What they want. Got to give the people what they want, you know? Not everybody wants, but what I think I'm gonna do is, let's go see what we get in Pokemon Mansion so I can figure out our next move. What I want to do is, I have videos that'll get us through probably February that I'm hoping to finish editing tomorrow and over the weekend. And then from there, I think like Matt and M&J TV, and then just a lot of people in general I've been seeing do like, what's the X Pokemon of it? Like basically what we did with the D&D classes, with the charts and stuff like that. So I might make like a video version. Okay, Lampin's good. I might make like a full video breakdown thing of like the chart that we made and things like that, so I can start introducing concepts for the game. Because my plan is, once I finish getting all my backlog stuff that I've played edited, it'll give me time to stream and then do dev stuff on the game. Just got to crack that D&D algorithm. Hell yeah. Plus I can take snap outs of that and then start doing shorts and stuff, because I gotta reach these people. Because like Pokedex fillers, I've worked with him twice, and then I think he's working on like 3 more of the D&D Pokemon to do for Pokedex fillers. And it's just like, I'm tagged in those videos on Instagram and they're getting like hundreds of thousands of views, and I'm like, what am I missing? Why don't you like me, algorithm? What about Chandelure with our boy then? All right, so we do Chandelure. We can get Ghost Poison with Flash Fire. That'd be fun. It's a good Pokemon. That's a good Pokemon. All right, so let's go ahead. I mean, I hope so, man. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, no, I got tile sets. Hopefully, they're supposed to be ready in January, so that'd be great. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my God! Look at you! I love it. Look at his little hat. Although I am gonna go for Flash Fire, I'm gonna change it to that. Oof, neither of these are good. The doorbell, keep it away from me. All right. I know that we've been a good boy so far, but I am just gonna go do this because I'm just feeling it, man. There we go. All right. We've been a good boy, but honestly, F this place. Yes, exit the mansion. So let's get our squad ready. We still have Aerodactyl to account for later on. Let's take a look at Blaine's team. All right, so we have Mr. Clang up first. So fire is good, and so is ground. Then we have Bruxis, which is always a problem if you don't take it out immediately. Wublord, so we definitely want either Toxic or... For Metagross, for Metachant, I think that we want Sleep Powder. Because if I can put it to sleep before its Flame Orb can activate, I think that that's our best bet. You're right, we can change their natures. So who just became adamant? Heyo. Lorphus. Lampsor, I mean, we gotta make you make you I guess modest because you're not fast. There's no point in timid. That's already fine. That's basically what you're good at. I'm gonna flip that. Let's go with go it. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Blaine's got a really good team here. So come on, my wife's asking me a quick question for something. All right, sorry everybody. My wife's at work. She's asking me questions about Christmas stuff. Okay, so let's figure out what we're gonna rock with here. So, like I said, I'm pretty confident Lampsor we're gonna need. Not Lampsor. Although Lampsor will be good to deal with Klinkmime. I think that'll be a really, really great thing to deal with Klinkmime. We definitely want Chincot, so that way Chincot can put, ideally, Wublord and Mugros both to sleep. So these two are a lock. Obviously, I think Goalie is also good because the bug is going to go ahead and be able to do some serious damage to the psychic Pokemon. There's nothing they have which is really going to be able to affect Goalie very well. So these three are a lock. And then probably Happy. No, maybe not. Not Happy. Although Happy just for overall kind of just douchiness, I suppose, might be worth it. Or Scarund. I don't want to do Scarund just because of cross chop on Macross. Don't want to deal with that. But I guess Happy is safe. The alternative is evolving Murgar. No, I think we do Happy. Yeah, I think that's what we do. All right. Let's go ahead and evolve these guys, get everybody up to level cap. What level do we get? Haxorus is 48. I guess we could do... Yeah, you know what? That's fine. Let's try that. Ooh. Ah, man. I love both of these. Oh. Gotta go with that one, though. And then we will evolve our boy here. Bonk. Inferno. And then you can go ahead and do that once again. So good. I love that the petals are still green. And then we need a dusk stone. So it can go ahead and evolve until Shandlesaur. And I like both of these. The aesthetic from the last two make this one a little bit better, but I am really keen on just the other guy too. I know. All right. Landcott, do we have sleep powder? We don't. How do we not have sleep powder? Oh, that kind of sucks. Wait, where's sleep powder for you? There it is. Oh, shoot. I forgot to have it learn Shadow Ball before I evolved it. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just give it Shadow Ball because we all make mistakes. But where is Sludge Bomb? Oh, I could also give myself the Energy Ball TM. $53. Let me give myself TM 53. Because I should have grabbed it before I came down here. Here we go. And Shadow Ball. We don't have a red cap Pokemon. It was a Myconoid Pokemon. It wasn't red cap. Red cap is more like an angry garden gnome. Cool. All right, so Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Synthesis, and Sleep Powder. Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Moonblast, and Discharge. And leftovers to you. Have I done anybody's IVs yet? I haven't. All right, so I'm not going to do that yet. Would Hex work better? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right. That's true. If my plan is to put it to sleep. All right, cool. Let's take a look at Haxorus, because that was a really good point. If I can set up a little bit, I can probably make this work. Duck drag. A false swipe. Do. Earth power. You certainly will not be keeping Earth power. Dragon Dance. There we go. Dog drag, digga digga doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. I'll go back and fix that later. I just want to evolve. Here's Earthquake. Hooray. I like that he learns Dragon Dance, and then like 20 levels later, it's like, hey, by the way, do you want the worst one for you personally? Again, it learns. I guess that's also when Doug Trio learns it then. But yeah, it's just like, hey, I know you already learned Dragon Dance, but how do you feel about swords? How do you feel about swords? All right, Earthquake, Dragon Dance, Night Slash, and Dragon Claw. I don't think so. I mean, Sparkling Aria heals burns. But I don't think that there's anything that like it's just the general debuff thing with Hex. I'm not gonna answer the questions. I've been doing these questions for 30 years. I'm aware of what they are. All right. So we lead off with Doug Drag. Do I have any berries? I guess a Lumberry just in case. And just a general Lumberry for you as well. Got some move ideas for you? Yeah, right? Alright, Doug Drag, Landcott, Chandelsore, and Goalie. Let's see if we can beat Blaine. In his psionic psychos, Mr. Clang comes in and this haunted ball pit cannot possibly stand against Doug Drag. For a Dragon Dance as it goes for a Gear Grind. Jeepers, Criminy Crackers. And he has an air balloon. I forgot. Oh no, this is already exactly what I fucked up on so hard. Guys, I messed up so hard. I was not paying attention. Shadow Tag, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Got this jackass's Clear Smog. I'm so fucked. Okay, we're good. Magmarish. Yeah, you go for that belly drum, big dog. Yeah, I mean, Jeez Louise, man. I mean, it is over. I'm gonna get bodied the moment I switch into Chandelsore. Like, I'm not gonna live. I'm not faster. I'm not faster. Am I faster? I'm faster! Oh, boy! That Chandelier! Oh my god. Well, we just lost our best Pokemon. Goalie has been like such a dude. I love Lamp too. Wow. Rip Goalie though, guys. Goalie has been the heart and soul of this team. Jeepers creepers. All right. I'm really upset about Landcott, though, because I was really hoping to use that for the birds. Because we're now in a very tough position. All right, what do I have for encounters? I could go to... I could go to the Hidden Garden or whatever it's called. And then the Vermilion River. I could do that. Let's see what we get over here and on Kindle Road. Or let's see what we get here. See if it's something I can fuse up with Aerodactyl. I can fly to Mount Ember. So we'll get over to Mount Ember and then we'll go from there. Okay, well, it's just a Sharpedo. That's fine. Hey, what's up, Tim? We just beat Blaine, but we lost 3 Pokemon, including Goalie, who was our Gyarados Golisopod fusion. There we go. And true, we can also do one island. There. Now we can fly to Mount Ember, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Perfect. So I have Sharpedo. So do I want to fuse that with Aerodactyl? It maybe. It won't be good for the birds, but it would just be like a really cool glass cannon. Sharpedo with Aerodactyl. Water flying, 491, which is really good considering it's coming from a Sharpedo. 118 speed, 110 attack. Absolutely abysmal defenses, but it has fantastic... it has great typing. Once again, obviously not going to do anything for me against that Molkuno. But it could be good. And it's probably just because it's... What encounters do we have to prep for the birds? So we have this Kindle Road one right here. Then I can go back to like the Viridian City area to get the Hidden Garden, and then I can get the this one of the static starters on the Viridian River. I could go to Sea. Can I go to Seafoam? I can go to Seafoam Island right now, right? And then I think that's it. Yes, I could go south of one island. I think I will do Sharpedo with Aerodactyl because it's good typing. A cool sprite. It'll be good for the Elite Four. Hey, CL, what's up, buddy? Did I not give myself splicers? That was silly. Oh, I did. Weird. Anyways. All right, hold on, let me text my wife back. Who's asking about this weekend? All right, cool. Sorry, guys. Sharknado. I mean, it basically is Sharknado. I guess we'll go with rough skin because I don't think I'll have head smash, which would be, yeah, no, we'll go with rough skin. And I will gladly increase my special defense because I am a fragile little baby boy. Yeah, it's like I know we don't need, you know, we already have like whatever 700 or 800 Pokemon that you can rock with the first 7 generations, but there are some moves and some general changes that I wish that we could have in the game. There's a movie that has a creature that's a, oh, okay, that's awesome. So it does have a dark rock. This one is water flying. So hold on. Let's get over to the Viridian River. I'm just going to do it the silly boy way. Hee hee. All right, so Hidden Forest. And let's see what we got. Pikachu. Okay. That's fine. Ultra Ball. Your dog, get in the ball. I do also need to get the fortress quest. Yeah, with Lightning Rod. There we go. I was waiting for that. All right, so we have Fennekin. Just Fennekin? Fennekin, Froakie. It does. Yeah, it removes recoil. What was the third one? Hey, Al, what's going on? Thanks for popping in. We are getting ready for Zapmokuno. So we got, hey, Jake, what's up? Just 2. All right, so we got Fennekin and Froakie. So we just it'll fuse up with Pikachu, or with Raichu, rather. So let's take a look at Raichu with Greninja. I mean, Water Electric or the Electric Dark. I mean, I like the Water Electric better. It only has 2 weaknesses. The Electric Dark does have... actually, no, it has the Psychic immunity, but it has a lot more weaknesses. And there's only a 10 difference between the base stat totals. But let's look at Delphox. And then... yeah, we're going to go with Froakie. I think we're going with Froakie. I know that I already have a water Pokemon, but... yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. Get in the ball, little fella. Come on, man. You know you want to get in the ball. Yeah! All right, let's do it. All right, perfect. Pikachu. Ah. Lightning Rod. Pika. Pika-E. Wait. So the plan is to make Learn Turn out of the starters? Yeah, effectively, yeah. I am going to have to reverse this fusion, though, once it gets the dark typing, but I just wanted to have custom sprites all the way while we were taking a look at how they look. Pikadeer. Toyasa. Pika Ninja. Where is your boy tonight? I hope he is a gentleman. Maybe he won't find out what I know. It does, yeah. You were the last good thing about this Pikachu. Right? Grey 2. All right then, lads and lads. Let's get ourselves... We can get ourselves Belly. I think what we're going to do is we'll grab Belly with Fortress. Let's look at Victory Bell. And Fortress. Yeah, Bug, Poison, 100 attack. Not absolutely... I mean, I had to, Jake. I'm sorry. I always have it. I always have... I mean, it's always one of the things stuck in my head. Also, my daughter, she loves the Poké Rap. So every once in a while we're in the car, the Johto theme comes on. So that's also perpetually stuck in my head. It's a whole new world we live in. It's a brand new place to see. It's a brand new place with a brand new attitude. Still gotta catch them all to be the best that you can be. Pokemon Johto. Which I did not remember that song. So like I forgot like how hard it went. There's a brand new world we live in. No, I haven't. I should listen to that. What's another random although the Pokemon Johto is not I mean it's kind of punky. But a big one that's always stuck in my head is the Panic at the Disco version of Into the Unknown from Frozen 2. Daughter loves that. Metapod. Into the Unknown. Let's go, Pineco. Pokemon Pineco. Ooh. Well, there we go. Oh, absolutely MCR. My wife and I walked like after our wedding when like they play the song like we now pronounce you man and wife and like you walk away dead we played Dead. I also saw MCR over the summer at Fenway, the baseball park, the baseball pack over in Boston with their Sox play. That was really fun. Oh yeah, like 5 minutes before he realized he should, you know, ditch all his Pokemon and pick up some new ones. It is very funny. Which, like, yeah, like, but it's also funny because that's what happens in the original Game Boy Color games. Like, you get off in Johto, you're back to fighting youngsters and stuff, and it's just a very funny thing. So I feel like that might have been intentional for giggles. Yeah, exactly. boy. Ooh, 4 bell is cool. I like that. Oh, shoot. Not level cap. Hold on. I gotta evolve you, little fella. Oh, it's daytime. Shoot. Hold on. Please hold. Yep. Wait, it's 7 p.m. now? I slept all day? There we go. What is happening? There we go. That's better. Okay, Jeepers Crow. Garant evolves into Skytrum. Which I don't... Is this just a Blue Eyes White Dragon? It's not, but like it looks kind of like one. But I'm kind of inclined just to go with the regular looking one. Alright. Mecha Godzilla. No, it isn't. There's a great... That's a great Austin Powers 2? Or is it 3? Austin Powers 3 reference. Or is it 2? Grab my strong hand. You don't want him to grab your strong hand? I think that's rude. All right. So this is as good of a squad as we're going to get currently, I believe. He's come down with a terrible case of explosions. And that's all we need on Belly. Also, I will do this. Because I could just go buy them. But he's the only one I will do it for right now. And a normal gem. Perfect. Cool. All right, let's check out everybody else's movesets here. Start from... I could have had Smash. Well, why would I want to do that? All right, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Crunch, Earthquake. And Steel Wing. Exactly. Now we got Greechu. Who I assume is more of a special boy. Oh, yeah. They're pretty mixed, but mostly... Oh, I didn't want Protean, though. Protean's fun, but I kind of want Lightning Rod. Kind of like the whole thing I'm going for here. So let's go ahead and also raise our... Let's go for Modest. Yeah. So they are late game quests that you can do, Ceruleo, but I use debug mode. So there's an item called the Magic Boots that gives you access to debug mode. So you know you can use it to. I use it as like a Poke Vial to heal myself up between fights, to give myself items like rare candies and splicers and balls and stuff like that. So you can unlock them one of two ways. You can, on classic mode, get all 501 Pokemon in the Pokedex, and then you go talk to the Frogman NPC in the Celadon condos, and then he'll give you the Magic Boots. Alternatively, if you just Google Infinite Fusion Magic Boots save file, somebody like 4 years ago put up a Reddit post with a copy of their save file, so you can go ahead and add that to your saved folder, and then you'd be able to access it as well. So that's 2 options to do that. But I'll give you access to debug mode, which is how I, with how often I played this game and how many times I've played this game, if I didn't have access to debug mode, I would not have been able to make as many videos as I made. So I'm very thankful that the developers just kind of like give it to you. It's a nice touch. Especially because this game is so much more about like the art and stuff like that than it is about like the actual like Pokemoning. I do appreciate that they give you the freedom to just kind of like dig around. All right, hold on here. So we'll do. I could have learned Discharge as a Pikachu, so I'm just gonna do that. If I had actually like leveled up. So let's go ahead and do Discharge. Wait, what? Oh, I already have Discharge. Excellent. That's even better then. So we don't need to do that. We can do Surf. Oh yeah. Cool. Beam. Perfect. And energy ball. Makes sense. I was kind of hoping though. Hey, what's up, Griffin? Yeah, sounds good, man. I'll be here most of the night. We're just chilling. Yeah, I'll go with extra sensory actually for some extra coverage. Cool beans. All right, let's go deal with these rocket grunts. So that we can do some stuff here. Get Scartrum up front. Although I have Strong Jaw, but no biting moves. Well, I have Crunch. It is the best bite, so you know, whatever. Oh my god, I love him. I love that too. Nice. All right, dealt with that goon bag. Ooh, right here too. So that's technically not a dupe. So let's go for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I gave it to myself so I could get the Skarmory, but I didn't actually catch one. So it's our encounter. It's fine. If I can catch it, that'd be wonderful. I do still have my Rockruff egg, so this could be an interesting thing for it. I could also go get the Goodra egg. That could be fun, actually. Can we just, like, get in the ball, please? Homie. Homie. Ball. You're not even, like, trying to get in the ball. Okay. Oh my god! Get in the ball! Broski. This freaking bird, dude. This angry bird. Starsham? Oh yeah, I gotta do what was Beast Wars Megatron's name before he decided he was Megatron? Beast Wars Megatron real name. Galavar. Cool. Purple. And Licky Licky. Oh my god. Ooh. Do I have a flying Pokemon? I don't. Yeah. Okay. Stop missing. There we go. My gosh. There we go. Yeah, I do wish that it, I mean, I understand that that is a whole other, this game already has so many, with the fusion mechanic, there's already, like, an insane number of things that are, like, in this game. That'd be, like, a whole other set of stuff to program. Especially because you can just toggle it on and off. It's not, like, something you pick. Actually, that might be a way to make it, better. Is if you pick it at the like before you play the game. If you pick it, that would probably be a way to make it work. I'm not gonna get the button. I don't even think that's a guy you have to fight. Because then you'd have to just round everybody up to having an even number of Pokemon. Ugh. Don't love that. My team is certainly vulnerable to ground. Didn't really consider that. No, but so many trainers have 3 Pokemon or gym leaders and stuff, you know? I love Victory Swine. Okay, boy. Didn't love it for almost for a second there. Oh my god, Mega While. I'm grinning ear to ear from this goofy punk. Ah. Thank you, Webtoon. Oh, top curl. Stay up. Barlow. Thank you, Webtoon. It would. It would really do some cool stuff. But I also feel like, you know, just about everybody is probably working on stuff for, oh geez. I would imagine just about everybody's working on stuff for 2. So I would be very surprised if we got any new features on this game. Oop, my bad. It's a very cool sprite. Like and WoW and Emperors. Okay. I guess Licky Licky. There we go. It's Tyrantrum with Skarmory. Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be great if they did. Odyssey did the double battle already. Yeah, I know. I mean, but everybody could. I mean, but Flux also makes all like gym battles and stuff mandatory double battles. So Flux also does double battles really well. I hate the fact that it just put up the damn Flex. Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. Yep, and there goes Galavar. You gotta be kidding me. That's what I get. I should have put Licky Licky in there in the first place. I effed that up really bad, everybody. I'm sorry. All right, I got to run to the bathroom quick, and I need to check and make sure that my mother's on the way with my daughter because they're supposed to be here in 10 minutes, and I have not gotten a text saying that they're on the way. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Well, I obviously I knew that I was going to lose Belly, but Galavar, the typing on Galavar would have been really helpful. But like I said, back in like 5 minutes. I got to call my mom and see where they are. hot dog, hot diggity dog. It's a brand new day. What you waiting for? Get out, and stop on the floor. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Okay. What is up, guys and gals? Did anyone play Cassette Beast? I bought Cassette Beast, but I did not end up getting a chance to play it. Something called a Forged Druid? What is a Forged Druid? So we are gonna catch our birds, I think. What I'm gonna do, this is specifically for the legendaries. I'm gonna give myself some Master Balls. This is only for the legendaries, just so we can have some fun. I think that's the one I want. Yep. Let's do that. That being said, I caught Dodrio just now. So what that does mean that, assuming they have a custom sprite, we're going to be fusing Moltres up with Dodrio. So let's go ahead and check them out. And it does have a custom sprite. It's both sides of a custom sprite. It's unfortunate that the one with the much better sprites is the worst one. So that's fine. That's fine, though. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Cool. What if you could turn into a Beast Wars Transformer? Okay, that's cool. Let's go to Cinnabar, back to Cinnabar for now. Hold on here. Alright, Dodrio up with Moltres, and check out Moldrio. And it's not that this is a bad sprite, it's still a good sprite. It's just some of the alternative ones for when you're using Moltres' body, like kind of incorporate the Dodrio plumage into like smoke, which is really cool. But no biggie. Well, both of these are bad. I guess I'd rather have that because it's already pretty fast. You're gone. And you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So basically, yeah. So when you're a Warforged Druid, it's just made out of, you know, whatever material you're made out of, which makes sense because you're, you know, your organic matter. So you're turning into something that looks more like a like a golem or like an ancient guardian type thing. That's really cool. Or like you said, like a transformer. It's more, you know, it's not completely organic because you are not organic. I like that. That's a really cool idea. Let's Hey, what is going on, Nibiru? Yeah, Construct, exactly. Thanks for popping in the stream, my dude. Trying to figure out our next move here. We're in a little bit of a pickle. I don't know what I'm going to do against Giovanni because we are in kind of a crappy spot, if I'm being completely honest. So we can go get Zapdos and Articuno. That's fine. It's normal, but he's got some big boys. Snorking, so Snorlax, Nidoking, Machamp fused with Ambipom with Technician is also a big problem. And then Tyrantrum fused with Slacking. So he's got 3 really, really intense Pokemon. He leads with a Ditto Persian with the Imposter with a Choice Scarf. So it's basically you throw your weakest Pokemon that you have out there so that way you can switch into something else and hopefully take it out. So, you know, you purposely find something that the rest of your team can deal with. Any problems at a Delphox fusion? I don't have access to Delphox, though. Yeah, we could do Seafoam. We have Seafoam Islands. We have... I never got a power plant encounter. So a regular power plant encounter in addition to Zapdos. So then we have Seafoam Islands and Articuno. Isn't Jinx also a static in there too? And I could take the train over to Saffron. So we could get the Ralt Egg. So we could get a Gardevoir. Which means we could also get National Park, Elix Forest, 34 and 35. So, all right, man, sounds good, Griffin. So we got lots of mediocre options. Like, I don't know what we're gonna do. No, you're good, man. Yeah, it's just. Well, yeah, I could get the Lotad. You're right. I didn't get a Lotad on 25. Lots of nuggets on the way. Absolutely. Let me think here. So, hold on. So, let's go to Seafoam Island. Seafoam Islands. All right, Route 20 is another Chinchou. Oh, that's right. With the we also have the Altaria and Gudra eggs as well. I'm just gonna go buy this guy because I'm desperate here. Oh, we don't have dive, huh? Okay, I can still get something on 20 though. I already have a Quillfish. I didn't want to fight you. I just want to get my Pokemons. Oh! Okay, homie. You could perhaps not, with everything you have going on. Please and thank you. Ooh, that's a guy. That's a guy right there. Hey, what is going on, Three-Eyed Loon? You're right, Hoopa. We can also get Mimikyu and the creepy house. We got options. All right, so let's get our Route 20. I do have Love Disc already, so I can unfuse this. I can unfuse this and just use Kingdra. Cool. Excellent. Dog, just get in the ball. For the love of Christ. Pardon my usage of, not profanity, but like if you're into that kind of thing, I apologize. All right, what do we got here? Love C, unfuse. Cool. We can delete you. Goodbye, Love Disc. And Mount Moon Observatory too. Yeah, all right, we got options. All right, so what I'm doing, everybody, because there's a lot of folks popping in now. The way I'm doing these is that I am purposefully fusing every Pokemon with the next Pokemon that I get. So we caught Horsey on Route 20. So whatever our encounter on Seafoam Islands is, needs to fuse up with it, assuming it has a custom sprite. Not right now. So We already used Glalie. It was fused up with Mammoth wine. I'll see if Amara has a good one with Kingdra, but assuming it doesn't, I'm just gonna run because half of this is a I didn't pick Hariyama. What the heck? All right, I can hear that my daughter is home. So give me a couple minutes. I am gonna go see what's going on. Hang tight, everybody. Hi there. What are you doing? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Well, let's take a look and wait, who made the Felidon sprite? I see Wigglybuff. Oh no, so I just added those and all that stuff together. So we have Wiggly Barrel on Felidon's back, and he's eating Kakuna, who is an ice cream cone. I'm gonna be honest. It's been like 2 years since we've made that. And it's kind of like just like unhinged at this point. I don't really know. I don't remember the etymology of all of it, if I'm being honest. So I think what I want to do is I am not going to get Amelie. We're going to run for now, and I'm going to use a repel. Their channel mascot, sort of. So Archers, who is somebody who I haven't seen in a while. I hope you're doing well, Archers. Who has an obsession with Kakuna. So loves Kakuna, so that's why Kakuna's there. Wiggly Barrel is the channel mascot. Because if it not for Wiggly Barrel, I would not have beaten my first randomized Nuzlocke of this game on stream. We were down to like the wire, right, either before or after Misty, and the only reason why we were able to come out of it was because of Wiggly Barrel, who I named Fodder because I didn't expect anything out of it. Do I get the Jinx or do I get something else? I guess we get the Jinx, huh? For our regular encounter. I mean, and Jinx is a legendary Pokemon, am I right? So, that's what is up with that. Hey, CL 13 months! Hell yeah, my guy! Oh shit, I didn't mean to use a Master Ball. Oh well, whatever. So yeah. That is that. And Felidon was a Pokemon that we had in that same run that was really important for us beating Gold. So both of them became like really big important Pokemon for the channel because of that. And I made that, and it's been like 2 years, and it's still there. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, well, Articuno's majestic. What a majestic creature. All right, so let's look at our options here. So it's going to be Kingdra with Articuno. It'll be Ice Dragon. Great base stat total. Great defenses. Decent attack and special attack. We do have access to Dragon Dance. Why is my daughter crying? She's asking my mother why she did that. Crying, Meme, why did you do that? Can't imagine it was something that was actually bad, but hold on, give me a second, everybody. Water got in her face when she was washing her hair. Terrible. Milk posting is very important. Yeah, Melode is also a channel mascot, but for all the wrong reasons. Miltank Electrode is just a thing we have going on here. All right, so we have Jinx as our next thing that needs to be fused up. What does Jinx and Gardevoir do? What that Jinx do? I mean, not very good. It's not very good at all. Melode, yeah. Well, because that's what it's. I didn't name it Melode because it's Miltank, M-I-L, then Electrode, L-O-D-E. So Melode. I didn't name it that. That is its canon name. And he just drinks milk out of his little tentacles. Thank you, Mabe. Please post Melode. Oh, you need me to hold on. Let me find Melode here. Hold on. I mean, I have pictures of Melode just all over my computer. I have pictures of Melode all over my computer. I do actually have several pictures of Malode in different discrete places on my desktop. Hold on here. Let's find him. My most recent Malode sighting. This is Malode. I'll make him big so everybody can see it. This is Malode. You all have to look at him for a minute. "19 months from Abe. What's going on, everybody? Hey, you should all do the thing, please. If you like the videos and you can support in any way, that's super great. This isn't my job. I do this as a hobby, and it's great that anybody wants to hang out with me enough that I can do this as often as I do. But the more assistance that anybody can offer, the more time I can take to do this, and it's great. I appreciate all of you. This is great. Even if you don't give me anything, you just hang out with me. That's more than enough. Oh no, I'm just showing everybody what Malode is. We don't need this thing. So, but what we do need to decide is what we're fusing Jinx up with. I could do Jinx with Zapdos. Let's see what that is. Electric Psychic. That's definitely a reference. It looks like Anya from Spy Family, but like if Anya was secretly a bird. I mean, it's good typing. 4 weaknesses, but it's got 5 resistances. Some pretty good resistances. Yeah, it looks kind of like Anya. But like I said, it's actually a bird hiding in Anya. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Teleporter. Let's get over to the power plant. Ooh, wait, before I do, though, we could do Jinxing Goodra, huh? Because I have the Goodra egg. Dragon Psychic is straight down the middle. Got 6 resistances, 6 weakness, and 6 neutrals. We are not going to do that. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Is it this one? Not, right? No, it's not. Good. It's been forever since I actually ran over here because I never used legendaries. Can't remember exactly where it is. North, okay. There we go. Yo, purple! All right, get in the ball, big guy. So we'll get our normal encounter here, and then there she is. Zapnik. Goodra has... Yeah, it does. Delphix. Both of it does. Both sides. The Dragon Psychic and the Ice Dragon. With that being said, I can do Mimikyu with Goodra. See what that is. Yeah, I'm doing that. All right, so let's let this wear off, get our normal power plant encounter. I'll fuse that up with whatever ghost we get in the house, and then we'll do Mimikyu. Or we can get a 2-for-1 right here, and then that won't even matter. Luxray and Kling Klang. Yup. We can work with that. The other way around is a little bit better. But for the cool factor, And the fact that I have shift gear anyways, I'm keeping it this way. Homie. Thank you. No worries, man. You're good. Like from a move tutor? Oh, over here, right? Yep. I always forget about that. Thanks, Dash. Lady, I'm not fighting. Look, I got no time for your nonsense. I got no time for you. I gotta find my Mimikyu. I'm not gonna do the creepy doll puzzle. I'm just gonna give myself Mimikyu. 373. My daughter is just yelling at my mother. Don't know what's going on. She's not being a very good girl from MA. Yeah, my problem with that puzzle is I feel like I'm never doing it right. Like, yeah, like I never feel like I've done it the right way. Like I did something wrong and I deserve it. No fusion items available. Heck. Why does my infinite slicer keep disappearing? Weird. All right, whatever. Shoot, it's this one. So, Silver, the way that I do it is I have to catch the order that I catch the Pokemon in dictates what I'm doing with them. So, because I caught Horsey and then Articuno, those two have to go together. But I'm not picking the fusions. Yeah. So, let's see what ghost we get here. And then, yeah, we can go get our Gardevoir egg and then evaluate where we are. I can also get my Togepi egg as well. The next legendaries after the birds are the beast. There we go. Sableye. All right, well, whatever. I got it. So it'll be the beasts, and then Mewtwo, and then the creation trio, along with Arceus. Then it is the dragons from Gen 5. At some point, I can also get Cresselia and Darkrai, but I've never done those quests before. Yeah, I've never done Cresselia, Darkrai, Meloetta, or Mew. Because I steal too many eggs, my karma's never good enough, so I never bother. Homie, just get in the ball, dude. Little boy! Well, I don't have to get my Ralts egg next. I mean, I guess I could also just not get the Sableye. Yeah, I mean, the problem is the Sableye is not very good. The short answer is time. The way that I make my videos is normally I'll do 3 or 4 runs all in a row of this game, and then I'll play 2 or 3 other games, whether they're vanilla games or other ROM hacks or other fan projects and stuff. And it takes such a long time to do both sides of this game. If I'm going to do especially if I'm going to do all the quests. And my videos are already an hour long. I'm not going to post a 2-hour video. So then, all right, cool. I'll do it as 2 videos. But then part 2 videos don't get, like, watched for the kind of format that I do. But because so many people have been asking me, in January and February, the Infinite Fusion runs that I have planned are a Kanto and Johto of both classic mode and then a randomizer. So people will get Kanto and Johto for the January and February video for Infinite Fusion. But that also means that you're getting less variety in the runs, because it's like, all right, cool, I'm dedicating 2 videos to the same run. Exactly. Usually for Nuzlocke, you're just doing up to the champion. The only exception is usually in Gen 2. Because getting, I mean, effectively when you're in Kanto, it's just a boss rush. You're not really doing a whole hell of a lot. And then you fight Red, and that's such a significant thing. Because you're fighting yourself, and oh my gosh, isn't this so awesome and cool? So that's the only exception, usually, with most people. Like, if I'm doing an Emerald Nuzlocke, I'm not gonna go bother fighting Steven. Deoxys is it's just chilling on one of the Sevi Islands. I can't remember the quest line for it. There's also obviously a quest, you can get the orbs to get the Weather Boys as well. If I can remember how to do it, I'll probably catch it. I mean, if we survive this run and we get into Johto, I have no problem doing everything. This is live. We're just we're just hanging around, having fun, doing some stuff. I'm not worried about like a timetable for the stream. Like, we're just doing stuff. You know what I mean? Well, I won't be able to get Deoxys for a long time, so that would be me sitting on that Ralteg. We'll see. If I don't need the Gardevoir, I won't go get it. I mean, hell, I think we might. Let's see how we stand right now against Giovanni, because we have a good team. I think we have some good fellas to work with here. This little dude can chill here. Okay, let's think about this here. Who would be the easiest for me to take out? But also be useful in the fight. But I think this is the squad I take in, right? Although no, a ground Pokemon will be good. Oh yeah, you already have Lightning Rod, so that'll be good for Licky Licky's good all around for everybody here. Licky Licky's fine. Purple will be good because then I can put stuff to sleep. Gookyu's good. So who is the easiest of these folks to take out? And the answer is probably Sharknado with Licky Licky. Because it is wicked, wicked frail. Let me take Artisy out because we can decide that 6 spot in a minute. I want to do this fight, and then I do have to cook my wife something for dinner for when she gets home. So I'm gonna have to go AFK for like 15 minutes. So assuming we don't wipe on Giovanni, when I come back, we'll finish the Pokemon League. Look at Gookyu! So goddamn cute. All right. Q Charm ain't gonna cut it here. Natural Cure. Archie's Serene Grace. You have the leftovers. Here we go. I wish that you had more access to hold items. I really do. Yeah. All right, so let's make you... They're adorable. I love Mimikyu fusions. Honestly, I just love Mimikyu. It's so stinking cute. It's such a fella. All right, I think I give myself Home Claws, huh? And then I think we go priority with Shadow Sneak. The alternative, I guess, would be actually... Rock Slide. Better coverage, and I can take out Sharknado with it. Oh no, I don't actually shoot. I don't want to give myself Iron Head because I need to fight myself. I mean, honestly, I'm just a really big fan of Gudra. Purposely give it Thunderfang. Mimikyu and the Necrozma's probably adorable. I mean, Gudra fusions are just adorable and awesome. It's like I need to set myself up to be able to beat myself up, but I also don't want to not be able to use him if I have to pivot, you know? Yeah. All right, we're gonna lead off with Sharknado. We'll do this fight, and then, like I said, I gotta go AFK for like maybe 15 or 20 minutes so I can get my wife some food. I'm just gonna run to Geo just for the sake of the fact that I don't have a lot of time. Let's do this. Let's see if we get to go to the league, boys. All right, Disdain and Sharknado. Who's gonna go ahead and? Oh, you know what? No, that's not gonna work because it has a. So we're switching to Licky Licky because it's probably gonna go for the electric move. Yep, Lightning Rod, which means now we can go. It went for it again. Discharge. So we got Snorking now. Who's ground? It has Earth power. Put the decks in the Discord. It's very cute. I like all of them. I actually kind of like the one that looks a little bit like a computer. Looks like the with just the little pixel eyes. They're all very good. Snorking's actually a huge problem. Well, I'm at +2, and it's stab. All right, cool. Jeepers crow. Can't believe my palm was faster. Little homie. I know you're going to heal up. Oh, he didn't heal up. Okay. Huh. Get him, purple. No! There we go. We did it. I keep forgetting that purple is poison. Fedora acquired. All right. For our last... So, obviously, I need a full team to fight Rando with. So we'll figure that out. You guys discuss amongst yourselves who... Thank you. Thank you, Dash. I appreciate that. I'm starting to think like a proper Nuzboy. Okay. I am going to go ahead. I have to go get dinner ready for my wife. And I got to say... Okay, baby, I can get it. Because I got to cook mommy something for dinner. Okay, well, one of us will go get it. Hi. Well, I'm coming in there because I got to cook mommy some supper.
Good night.
Good night. I'll come give you a kiss in a minute, okay?
About Frosty movie.
You kept talking about the Frosty movie? Why does that scare you?
Cause I don't like the bad guy.
Oh, he's just a magician, honey. He's just kind of a silly guy. He's not really bad.
Then I say he's a bad guy and he's right.
Okay. He's mostly silly though.
Why is he silly?
Because he keeps messing up, and it's just funny that he keeps messing up. Because he's not very good at being a bad guy.
Why is he not very good at being a bad guy?
Because he's getting outsmarted by a snowman.
Dad, I'm behind somewhere green.
Is it my screen?
Oh, it's not.
It isn't?
Oh.
Is it the screen? Is it my hat?
No.
Is it my butt? Where is it then? You don't know. All right, I'm gonna mute this and go cook dinner for my wife. I will be back. I'm gonna put a little away message up so the people of the world know if they're not in here right now. BRB 20 minutes. Dun, 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 dun. All right, if we can figure out as a family who we should add to our fight against Rando, I do need to review the remix mode of what Rando's team is, so we can figure out who we want in as our last spot. For now, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll be back, like I said, 15, 20 minutes. Hang tight. All right. I'm really sorry, guys. That took way longer than I expected. Hold on here. Where are we? Hang tight, y'all. Give me 2 minutes. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What did I miss on here? Oh, God. Oh, God, there's so much. All right, so thanks, everybody. Yeah, no, I didn't think it'd be quite that long. I'm sorry. No, my wife got held up at work. Well, Evie was given, both of my parents came to do the drop off and the bedtime. So because my dad was also here, it was another person to defy. So yeah, it took a little while for her to settle down, which that always happens. It's part of streaming early. It's just something I got to deal with that we work through when we're doing the early streams. All right, so Route 22. Hey, what's going on, Michael? Cling Cling Rapidash might be a counter for that. Okay, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Absolutely. Oh, no, I forgot about Cling Cling Rapidash. That means Calixio is a dupe. All right, so we just have the Luxray then. So that means it's Luxray and Sableye. All right, it's fine. All right, I'm going to use it anyways. All right, let's get Poryink in there. Shift gear. Yeah, probably. Let's start evolving. Dude, I knew it was too good to be true, man. It's all right. We'll live. We are going to have to go to Pewter or something for the move tutor, though. And let me check and make sure which version of this is the more appropriate one. I mean... obviously, we're going to reverse this thing. Are you kidding me? It is worth losing the 15 points in defense to look badass. Yeah, no, Windray is an issue. And also, I mean, this doesn't fix our ground problem. But that's not a problem with Rando. I'm actually going to get everybody to cap, just so that way I don't need to worry. And I'm going to ask all you guys now, assuming we beat Rando, is everybody, how do we feel about running it? So that way we have time to take a look at the fan game stuff. Because if you guys want me to do it the legit way, I'll do it the legit way. If you want me to go through Victory Road normal, that's fine. I can go through Victory Road normal, but then that means that we're probably not going to have a chance to look at any of the regional stuff for the fan game and whatnot, and we do that tomorrow. But yeah. I should look at my stats, huh? Yeah, physical attacker. So I should have shift gear. And we can also do wild charge. And finally, no, not gear up. Gear grind. I'm a car doctor person. She's so cute. know if lock-on works with Oko moves. Ooh, plus, excuse us. But first of all, nature. Go with Jolly. Ability, flash fire. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why lock on wouldn't work, but I genuinely have no idea. I really wish I had items. This is unfortunate. All right. All right, we run into Rando over on Route 22, and hand in hand we'll go to the Pokemon League together. Whimsor Ray comes in. So let's go ahead and swap out into Clink Dash. Ooh, don't love that. There we go. Del Dash. Oh, I gotta fix Sharknado's moves. How me? I love that it's called Seadra. Shed Sharp. Ugh, I forgot he had Shed Sharp just for this one fight. Fork. All right, I gotta put it to sleep. Yeah, I forgot he had Shed. I forgot about Shed Sharp. It's because it's only in this fight because it goes back to being Bisharp. Anyways, get Glue Q in there. Yeah, thankfully we have Rapidash because I don't have a dot. I would have been waiting for struggles on that one. There we go. Cool. So let's see what our squads are, huh? Lock on does work for Oko moves. Nice. All right, let's get our couple of encounters here. Little Woodo. Homie. Oh no, Pseudo Woodo's a dupe. Thank God. I mean, I can't escape. That's also a dupe. Mr. Mime! That is not a dupe. No, I will get Entei. Yeah. I don't know if we'll use him, but I'll get him. I need him if we're doing Johto. All right. The general consensus was just do it, right? So let's just do it. I gotta make sure we pick up the TMs, though. 227. I don't think we have a Mr. Mime. No, we don't. We're good. Technically I can run, but let's see if Mr. Mime and Ursaring do anything. Okay, so one of the sprites is just Carl, so we're taking it. First of all, all right, Silver, because he's gonna go with Ursaring. We got Mr. Ring. But he's also cool. Let me tell you something. I can't only somewhat remember the voice. I haven't heard the voice in probably 20 years, so it's not quite coming to me. I know I'm not doing it right, you know? Like, I know I'm not right. Sweet battle. Carl Carlson. Okay, so over here is not a thing yet. I just went the wrong way. That's fine. Dog. What is up with these orange berries? How have I found, like, no citrus berries? Shadow Ball. Dojo Falls. There we go. That's a dupe. It's in debug mode. If you hold down Control, you can skip battles, run through walls, stuff like that. The only reason why I'm doing it is if we can finish the Elite Four early enough, I can... Did I do Rampardos? If we do the Elite Four fast enough, then we can show off some of the D&D stuff. And Beck was the only one that wanted me to do the fights. That spoke up, at least. You're right, Skull AP, thank you. Son of a gun. Sorry, lady. Sorry, lady. You got a lot of... I knew it. Dad, I'm thirsty. Been 2 minutes. Kiddo, you gotta hold on. That's also a dupe. I'll come back for this. Hold on. All right. Ever since we watched Casper, every once in a while, she's like, "My ghost mom. I'm scared. I'm scared without my ghost mom and dad. I don't have my ghost mom and dad with me. I'm at my grandparents' house because my mom and dad are ghosts." And I'm just like, please don't say that. Please don't talk like that. It's horrifying. Evidently, yes. I mean, she doesn't know. She likes Casper. Casper has fun. You know, Casper gets to hang out with Christina Ricci. I get it. I don't get to hang out with Christina Ricci. Casper does, though. With Devin Sawa. Why did I tell? Ooh, Zwelios. Zwelios and Entei, are they a thing? Draco Dreek. Dragon the Draco Dregan. It's one of my favorites ever. I had a Dragonite Hydreigon fusion. So Dragon the Draco Dregan. Yep, Fire Dragon. With Levitate. Heck yeah. I mean, I'm using a Master Ball on you, dude. Which ghost would I be? I don't know. Yeah, maybe this one. Out of the uncles, the guy who sounds, yeah, like that. That guy? Forgot which one he is. Or maybe the big guy. So Rando's ace is on 63 or 64, but the level cap is 62. Stretch. We also watched the straight to TV sequel, which was Hilary Duff's first movie. It was like Casper and Wendy or something like that. But we had to watch a rip on YouTube. It still had commercials on it. It was pretty wicked. Which, because of the Levitate, it is going to replace Clink Dash. I know that will give me 2 dragons, but I don't really think we have a whole lot of fairy to deal with. Oh my god, I can't get it to 64. So I can't even use it. I have to beat the freaking Pokemon League. All right, well, back to Clink Boy. Could I have gotten a Miststone, though? No, it's fine. No, I'm not going to... Could I have gotten a Miststone legitimately? No, I know I can debug it. I can do whatever I want. I don't even have to fight anybody. Yes, from side quests. All right, fine. I'll get a Miststone. Helios. The Endrigon. The brutal volcano Pokemon. Oh, yeah. Are you physical or special? Yeah, you're more physical. Do I have any... I'm pleading pretty hard on the physicality of my monsters here, huh? Where is Earthquake? Earthquake, Thunderfang. You know, just for the sake of being kind of a troll, I'm gonna go with Fly. We'll do Ice Fang. Why don't you do Iron Head? Shoot. There we go. Yeah, it was a quadruple fusion? I mean, kinda. Alright, I'll control failure off Rock Slide, Hone Claws. Oh, I should give myself Sword Stance instead, now that I have the TM for it. Although, actually, no. Hone Claws is better, because I can get those moved up to 100%. Okay. Moonblast, Draining Kiss, minimizing soft boiled. I think I get rid of Moonblast for Will-O-Wisp. Especially because if I'm gonna have to deal with that Driflim, that Drift Noir that Rando has, can't learn it. Shoot. Okay. Crap. No, I guess Sleep Powder's fine then. I need to deal with Drift Noir. Like, Drift Noir will make me lose this game. Is there any point in me having Sludge Bomb? Because, like I said, Drift Noir is the problem here. And I think the answer is no. Because then with purple, I can take out Bisharp, take out Ninsharp and Blaize Noir or whatever. But that being said, do I have any reliable Psychic moves for dealing with Agatha? I don't. Can Happy learn Psychic? Although, no, I don't want to teach it to a fairy Pokemon, huh? Oh, I do. I have Extra Sentry on Licky Licky. Okay. True, I could switch it between battles. And I think just dealing with... we got Rotoad first. I might want to temporarily ditch Rock Slide for Power Whip. Or get rid of Aqua Tail. Because I already have Greninja. Yeah, get rid of Aqua Tail. Alright. Let's figure it out. Let's see what we do, guys. Go for a second Hone Claws. I meant to up my IVs, and I completely forgot. Or EVs, rather. Ugh. God, just such bad luck with the berries in this run. That did a fuckload of damage. Shoot. Okay. God, they didn't do anything, huh? I should have given her toxic. There we go. Yeah, the perfect thunders, but it's fine. I'm a Sylveon combined with a Blissey. I have the special thickness of a champion. Not if I keep getting paralyzed, though. Don't love that. That was waterfall, right? Oh my god. I shouldn't have switched. Ooh, I have nobody really defensive, huh? It outsped me. I didn't think it would outspeed me. You're right, Swift Swim. Yep. That's what that is. Well, crap. That's what I get for cheating. All right. So that means I need weather. Did I pick up the Rain Dance TM? I think I forgot to. So let's give it to ourselves. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was very surprised. No, Silver, I'm not doing that. Look, I use debug mode to heal myself and give myself rare candies. Sometimes I skip puzzles, or if there's an insane number of just fodder trainers, I'm not gonna switch up my team. Yeah, no, I have the info. Okay. Rain Dance. Yeah, I'm definitely giving Happy Toxic instead of Moonblast. Then I have the Thunder TM, because if I have Rain Dance, I might as well have Thunder. I will have to remember to give myself Ice Beam back, probably, at some point. But I need to get rid of the Sandstorm. There, yeah, that's that. All right. You've got to be joshing me, dog. I don't know if I can Oko it. With Surf. I mean, I don't really have a choice. I kind of just have to go for it, huh? Okay. You have Storm Drain, I believe, right? You have Storm Drain. So you I need to swap away from. Don't love the Giga Drain. Got Geraldo. Yeah, he was going to go for a first impression. God, okay. Hate Kingron. Kingron is the bane of my existence. Surprised it didn't. Oh my god, that's a new sprite and it is so freaking precious. Hey. No, you're good, man. Okay, let's think. So this thing lays down toxic spikes. I do have purple, which is good. I can swap into purple. Can purple learn psychic? Yeah, it's a carbon chestnut, yeah. It's a much cooler sprite than it used to be. Give myself psychic, because once again, I forgot to go grab it. Thunderwolf, Baleful Bunker, and Curse. So the thing is... Although, I guess I still probably lead off with Pikachu. With Licky Licky. Oh, I gotta name you. Oh, no, yeah, no, it's a pain in the neck. Yeah, she's a poison trainer. her first Pokemon has a Focus Sash and just focuses on laying spikes down. And trying to paralyze you. So I think going for an extra Sentry and hoping I flinch it is probably my best bet. What I normally do is if I have a Pokemon with Calm Mind, I just give it Psychic. Not on the squad. Alright, it only got one layer down and I have Venusaur, so it's fine. Cruel, going and sending in the big guns right away. Muddy Water, Earth Power. I did not mean to do that, but good thing it used Dark Pulse. Okay. I think Slurm. Yeah, and I completely forgot. Yep. There goes my second strongest Pokemon. I think this is it. I don't have anything that can do anything about this. I just gave him a name, too. We might be losing, loser. Accuracy foul. I can't afford the accuracy drop, dog. I want to know how this thing is hitting so much. Why am I missing more at a -1 accuracy than when I'm at +6 evasion? I can't hit it. It did Sludge Bomb once. I don't have any more PP for attacking, and I have Toxic. It doesn't matter if I have Ethers. I can't use them. Yeah, no, this is the wipe. I can't do anything. There it is. What I get right at the finish line. Right at the finish line, I just decide I'm just gonna skip all this stuff. I've been such a good boy. I've been such a good boy. I don't need to do this. Oh, that's a bummer. It's such a bummer. Ah. That is a bummer, man. I was like, oh, good thing I have Venusaur. I can get rid of the toxic spikes. And then immediately throw in a fairy Pokemon to get poisoned. Man. That blows. It really blows. just mad. I'm just mad. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is what we do. This is how we play the game. Huh? So what we're gonna do now is I'm frustrated. We are gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a look at the. I guess let me preface this because there's a lot of people. This past week, there's been a lot more folks in the streams, which is fantastic. It makes me really, really happy. Over the last like 2-ish years, I have been very slowly making a D&D Pokemon region with the help of a handful of artists, but mostly Bogey Hero. He's a spriter for Infinite Fusion. He's in our Discord. He's usually hanging out in these things, and he drew me a whole bunch of D&D inspired Pokemon. Mabe, who was here, I don't know if he's still here. He's in Norway, and it's 2-3 o'clock in the morning there right now, so he might not be here anymore. But he made a fire red reskin, like ROM hack, using those Pokemon. People enjoyed it a lot. A lot of new faces in the Discord and a lot of new people hanging out in the videos talking about those sorts of things. Bringing those kind of two groups together is fantastic. It's awesome. I love it. I have wanted to make my own game for a long time, and a combination of Mabe with the Ethereal Red project that he's working on, along with some renewed interest from other channels like Pokedex Fiddlers and Metal Fear wanting to put spotlights on some of these Fakemon that we have, has like really wanted me to make a game. Originally, when I made the Fakemon, or had the Fakemon designed is more appropriate, it was for an actual D&D. But that I couldn't get the rules right. I couldn't figure it out. It all fell apart, and I was really upset about it. And so upset about it that I was just like, ditched the whole thing, which wasn't fair to the artists that worked on it, especially Hero, because he had probably hundreds of hours just doing this stuff for me. And then I was like, I'm sad, which is my own problem. But reopening that door, I'm very slowly learning how to use Pokemon Essentials, which is what Infinite Fusion and other fan games are made in. We're doing mostly regional and original Pokemon with a handful of Fakemon from that original concept. And over the last 2 months, we've been doing streams talking to all of you about Pokemon that you think would be in a D&D Pokedex, what Pokemon represents certain classes in certain ways. And even if you're not a D&D person, it's general RPG stuff, like who do you think is a cleric or white mage, healer, whatever, that sort of thing. So we had made ourselves a chart. Let me find said chart. That's not what the chart looks like. Where's the damn chart? Hold on, everybody. I gotta get y'all the chart. D&D Pokemon. There we go. Boom. We had made this chart. And this chart, like I said just a moment ago, this chart was representative of one Pokemon per type, per class. We made this, we argued over it for like 8 or 9 hours to put this together, and it is not perfect, but it's pretty darn good. So I used this as a basis for a Pokedex. But the problem is that when I just transcribed all of these fellas into a Google Doc, it is 590. This is too small. 595 Pokemon. I wanted, and that doesn't even include the starters. So 604 Pokemon. Or you know what, -1. So 600, because of the first line here is for the filter. So 603 Pokemon. I wanted to have a dex no larger than Kalos. So, which is 450. I wanted the Pokedex smaller than that. So this does not work. It is a cool idea. I love what we did. with our big, beautiful chart, but the big, beautiful chart cannot be everything. Plus, this doesn't even include, in another downside of the big, beautiful chart, very, very little in the way of early route, like staple Pokemon. The only early route mammal that we had was Diggersby. You can't base a region on specifically Diggersby. We do have a handful of regional birds, which is nice, but birds are easy. Birds are plentiful. We also didn't really have fish. You had Magikarp, you got Gyarados, you got Lantern. But even though we have a bunch of water Pokemon, a lot of those water Pokemon are starters or powerful Pokemon. So, but we can still use this. Hero and I still took a look at this. We figured out what Pokemon we wanted to make into regionals. That was another thing that we all did together on this chart. We had also made this chart. This chart is different than the chart we had all made together, but this is mostly the same chart. So what I want to go over with all of you this evening is Hero and I made some adjustments to the original chart, specifically because of base stat total distribution. So just like the issue that we had with this chart, this was mostly very strong Pokemon. And not every regional, people are going to want to use regionals throughout the entirety of their playthrough. You're going to want some solid early route options. You're going to want some good mid game guys, and you're going to want some people that can be like your ace or your new custom mega or whatever. So funny you say that, Griffin. So we're going to get there. Don't worry. We got that. I'm going to run through. I hid the rows that have the Fakemon in there because this was about the regionals. The Fakemon were Pokemon that I chose that I feel like are staples of the region or of D&D in general that I want to be in the game, and they're just kind of there because it's my game. Hey, what's going on, Silver? But we chose most of these guys, and if I don't know if this is zoomed in enough to see. Let me zoom it in again for just a second here. If we zoom in on over here, so base stat total 450 or less, 450 to 510, and then 510 plus. So most of them, 18 out of the 31 of them are, wait, that's not math. What's math? 20, 38. Yeah. 18 out of the 38 of them. So approximately half of them fall into that kind of like middle tier, which is great. Very happy with that. Very into that. Then we got then we have a few weaker guys, and then obviously the starters. There's 6 starters in there, so obviously that's going to boost up that 510 plus category because every starter has at least 525 as its base stat total. So not a whole lot I can do about that. But this is where we start, and then what I want to do is have us choose another 3 or 4 Pokemon per class to fill these in so we can have a nice even distribution of power throughout the Pokedex. No, Silver, we lost to Agatha. Agatha just absolutely trounced my team. We're going to be starting a new run tomorrow. But for the next 30 minutes to an hour before I have to head off, I figured we'd take a look at this stuff. So I hope that people will still want to stick around and watch me talk about this stuff because I'm very excited about it. And then, probably in like February or March, I'm going to start putting out videos talking about these ideas and things like that. So they'll be very different than what we normally do with the Nuzlocke. And I know that even beyond the Nuzlocke, most of the people that watch the channel are here for Infinite Fusion stuff. So this is going to be very different. So I hope that people still enjoy it and that we can still find an audience with it because it makes me very excited. I mean, I hope you stay, Delphix. You helped make the damn list. But I know that this last week that we've been getting back to Infinite Fusion, there's been a lot of new faces in there. So I hope that they still want to stick around and hang out for some of this stuff. So I appreciate the sentiment, though. I didn't mean to be sassy right there. So Hero has some sketches for about half of the regionals. But we can just run through the list, and then we can show off some concept art, and we can all hang out and have a good time. So for our boys, for our artificers, can't get rid of me that easy. Thanks, loser. I appreciate it. So if you don't know, there are 13 classes in D&D. If you include the one that is only kind of counts, we have Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard. So in those, we have, like I said, 3 regional Pokemon for each of those. When we get into Megas, which we will get into Megas eventually, if a Pokemon has a Mega, it'll get a regional Mega. But other than like some staples, so like Gyarados, Ampharos, some really like iconic Megas, I feel like because of the reduced number of Pokemon I'm going to have in the decks, I think I'm going to try to have more regional or new Megas than I am just including existing Megas, because this is a different world. This is our world. We can have fun with it. We can do different things. So, exactly. That's a 100%. So yeah, but Hero and I haven't even really started talking about that yet, and obviously I'll include all you guys in the conversation with that, because we've had the conversations along the way the entire time. But starting off with Artificer, we have Artillerist, Armorer, and Alchemist. So if you don't know, Artillerists have guns. They blow things up. Armorer is Iron Man. You can either be a Hulkbuster, you can either be regular Iron Man, Hulkbuster, or a different kind of Hulkbuster. They added the third one in the 2024 edition, but it's effectively just slightly less tanky. It all kind of does the exact same thing. So do you mean the starters that will be your starters, or the starters that are... If it's a starter that already has a Mega, it will have a Mega. If it's something like Empoleon or Samurott, I don't know if it'll have a Mega or not. We'll see how many Mega Pokemon we have. If a notable character has it as their ace, then it will. If a notable... but if it's just like in there hanging around, I don't know if it'll get a Mega. We'll see how many Megas we have. Because I also like the idea of, things like Mega Beedrill and Mega Mawile, even Mega Pidgeot, giving Megas to weaker Pokemon to make them relevant. I like that idea. So I don't just only want to give Megas to Pokemon, that are, 500 plus. I like the idea of giving the spotlight to some of these other fellas. Oh, yeah. So... that was just for funsies, Silver. I'm going to show you guys the starters in a minute. But, because I don't need to go too detailed into it, we got Raichu. So we all picked Raichu together. So Raichu's fire and electric. The idea of it is the fact that, well, first of all, artillerists blow things up. Mice and canaries are used in, warning miners and things like this. So this would be used for mining purposes, even though it is quad super weak to ground and is weak to rock. I think that just makes it ironic. But this little fella's just going out blowing up the inside of caves to do mining and stuff like that. So I thought that would be a fun, cool typing. He's got the singed tail, the little his tail is a lit fuse. Got the singes on there, the smoke coming off of him. Very cool fella. I love Raichu so much. I'm glad that he's getting the spotlight with some Megas. And then we have Armarouge as an Armorer, so I wanted to make it a little bit bulkier. So I don't know if this one will... It'll be a special attacker because it still has the arm cannons, but I'm thinking it's going to be on the tankier side. I wanted to make it a little bit bulkier because my favorite version... Artificer is the D&D class I've played the most of. I played in a campaign for like 4 years as an Artificer, so I do have a love for it. I love the Artillerist. The Armorer was not a class yet, but I always wanted to be an Armorer because I love tanking. And then I'm going to show you guys concept sketch later. But for an Alchemist, we picked Jellicent So Jellicent, water poison. It's an alive Jellicent. It's got little poison bombs that it's going to chuck. It's got cute goggles. It's amazing. It's adorable. I love it very much. For Barbarian, the injustice of 425 on a Marowak. Did this Armor's get guard swap? Ooh, it could. That could be fun. But yeah, no. So the each starters having the class starters was just like a fun exercise. We have custom starters for the game, that are all based on the good aligned dragons, but they're not going to be dragon type. There's also a reason why none of the regionals are dragon type as well. Dragons are super rare, you know, just like in D&D, you know, you don't got dragons running around everywhere. So dragons are going to be few and far between. And the fact that your partner Pokemon that you start with before you get your starter is a dragon is significant to, you know, to the story or whatever. If this was like a game, then I would like to have there be differences and give people like options for classes or like an archetype or something like that. But since it's a Pokemon game and we're still just doing Pokemon, the only thing that choosing a class for you, the player, would be is flavor. The other thing is that each of the bosses that you fight, so you know, your 8 gym leaders, your 4 elite fours, and your champion, even though they're not that exact same thing, they are representative of the 13 classes. So kind of like how in Persona, you or like Fire Emblem, like you're outside that typical system. It's the same thing here. Yeah, it's not Skyrim, but you know, it's not Skyrim, but like maybe it is. No, I'm kidding. It's not Skyrim. But you exist outside of that typical archetype system. And you know that's why you're important. You know, you are the fool. You know, you're Joker or God, you. It's you in Persona 4. Or your, you know, M tag or whatever the heck they call it in 3. You're a little bit of everything. You're Robin, you know, you're Byleth, you're that guy that can do all the stuff, or the gal that can do all the stuff. Marowak's I'm calling it right now. I demand it. Justice for Marowak. Marowak's getting a mega. The fact that this thing has a base stat total of 425 is absolutely unacceptable. Minato, thank you. And he has like a 90 attack, which just means that everything else is bad. I love Marowak. Marowak's an ancestral guardian. It's ghost rock. It's angry. It uses its ancestors as the source of its rage. It's a cool barbarian. His mega is going to be all covered in a badass aura or something. He's getting a mega, and I demand it, gosh darn it. And then Storm Herald's Abomasnow. He's just a big Viking. It's great. I love him. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I was like, Hero, I can't really think of anything but like electric ice. I don't know. And then like 15 minutes later, he sent me this. And then he did that, and it was fantastic. And then I'll show concept art, a concept sketch for Luxray. But Luxray is a Wild Heart Barbarian. It's going to be based off of a Chimera. And we went with Rock as the secondary typing. So that way, on its, you know, its main is made of stone, and you can have those extra Chimera heads on there without them actually being heads on the body. So they're more of like an intimidation thing. And you know, giving it maybe like Rock Head with like Wild Charge and stuff like that would be a really cool way to get it really rocking and rolling. It'll be wicked sick. But that'll be Luxray. And now, what Delphix has been waiting for, the Valor Bard is Delphox, normal fairy with a Final Fantasy 14 harp bow. He looks great. I love him. Oh, there is a regional Beedrill. Don't you worry, Silver. There's a regional Beedrill. He's a paladin. He's a paladin under the crown. I love this Delphox. Delphox has a mega. This will get a mega. Maybe he'll be wearing a hat. I don't know. But I like the normal fairy typing. You know, I like that it'll just be normal. You know, when you catch it, it'll just be a straight normal type, and then it'll gain the fairy typing when it becomes Delphox, just like how it's not until the third evolution that they get psychic, but they're gonna have, you know, some like fairy moves and stuff like that. Maybe a fairy version of Spirit Shackle, something like that will be its signature move. I gotta figure that out once we get into more of the gameplay stuff, but I'm very happy with the design, and it looks really, really good. Silver, we're gonna get there, man. Don't you worry, my guy. And then Exploud is a spirit. I wanted it to be, you know, rock and roll and ghost. It's so metal, it's so rock and roll, and that was literally the only vibe I had. But it is a weird like banshee siren ghost trap thing. So the Whismer is the ghost. The Whismer is the ghost, and it plays a very soothing, a song that is very soothing to ghosts and spirits, and it effectively acts like a ghost trap, sucking up more, and then its stone body is going to get stronger and larger, and louder as it collects more souls. So it's kind of like a Spiritomb, ghost trap thingamadude. They learn to gaslight so good they do magic. I mean, basically, yeah. And then Grumpig, we wanted another flying type because we were really low on flying types, but Hero really wanted a flying type that wasn't a bird. At first, because you guys were talking about a Keyrin for a Rapidash Keyrin. That was the first thought, but then I said, well, what about Lechonk? We can make pigs fly. And then Hero said, well, hold on a second. And then Grumpig. So when pigs fly, but it's a Grumpig. There could be a regular, I mean, honestly, there could be a really cool mega for most of these, if I'm being really honest. But it's a flying Grumpig. It's a lore bard. So he's got, instead of the normal springtail, it's a scroll. It's really cute. I like it a lot. He's a cocky looking punk, just like how Grumpig is already a very self-satisfied looking son of a gun. So I'm really into the Grumpig. A lot of these guys we have, like I said, Hero did a very basic sketch for. I'll show you guys that when we're done with the rest of the list. For Cleric, originally we had Lantern here, but we had Lantern and Helioisk, and it was two very underwhelming Pokemon when everybody else was getting like a starter or like a really cool looking Pokemon. So Hero had the idea of doing a Death Domain Cleric with Drapion. We gave it the bug typing that it lost along the way. It keeps its dark typing. It's kind of hard to see it, but like the shields on its hands are caskets, and then it's got this little bulldozer tail right here. So it's a Grave Domain Cleric. You can also kind of see, I thought maybe lore-wise, it could be something that did like ceremonies in more like coastal towns and stuff, just because obviously this could be dirt stains, but it also kind of looks rusty from a color perspective. Chandler would be a wicked cleric. You're absolutely right. Hey, Joe, man, what's up, man? But yeah, Grave Domain Cleric on this bad boy. And then I really wanted Helioisk. I love Helioisk. Give him that grass typing. He turns that energy into life. So he's a life cleric. He's a healer. So we'll give him, you know, revival blessing and things like that. We lost our Nuzlocke, but I'm working on a D&D Pokemon project. So we're going over our regionals for the game I'm going to be making next year. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I love Helioisk. I've never really thought about it much until ZA, because ZA really puts the spotlight on how these Pokemon like act when they're just chilling. And I was like, oh yeah, I really like Helioisk. He's just like a happy little fella. There's that dude who has a Helioisk with him on the roof, and he's just trying to like, they're both just trying to tan. And I always thought that was very cute and funny. But anyways, we got him. I'm going to start in 2026. So I'm finishing editing all my videos for the first like 3 or 4 months of the year, so I can just like do this. Right now I'm waiting for tiles to make the maps. So I'll make some maps while Hero finishes up with concept art stuff, and then, you know, I'll have to assign stats and whatnot to all these new Pokemon, and whether it's Hero or, you know, a collection of people, I'll need them turned into sprites so I can get them in the game. You know, so we'll see. That Electric Steel or Electric Dragon, that could be a good one. Absolutely. There's only the only Electric Dragon, the one I made. No, the fossil from Galar. Forgot about that. And then for our last cleric, we have Gardevoir. We'll show her off. Light cleric, so fire fairy. Which means, yes, we do also have Gallade, but yeah, Fire Fairy Cleric right there. We got her. Bing, bang, boom. I'll show you guys a picture of her in a little bit. Not right now, Delphix. I just want to show you guys art that I'm just showing off Hero's work. And like all of our discussions that we talked about over the last couple of months and how they're starting to turn into an actual thing. So I wanted to show you guys just like, because if we didn't spend a month discussing these lists, I could not have done all of this by myself. Like the Pokemon that were chosen, like even though there's way too many Pokemon, oh shoot, even though there's way too many Pokemon on this list, without this list, I could not have done any of this. Like, even like motivation stuff, you know, like this, like, and I know that there was a very, you know, not as many people are going to want to watch me do this as they are going to want to watch me play Nuzlocke and stuff. But the fact that you guys wanted to do this with me and that we took the time for it and we talked about it and it is really, really makes me happy. So yeah, we're going to get there. Dragon type regional, man. So dragons are wicked rare. There's a bunch of dragon. All the mythicals and legendaries are dragons, and I will show you guys that stuff. They're part of the original D&D decks stuff that I had made last year. So Survivor's gonna get a mega. Yeah, you can see the B. But to run through the rest of the class stuff super quick. So Snorlax, Spore Druid, Ground Poison. I love this. I love his big overgrown beard. I love the little mushrooms. He just hasn't moved in a long time. He's overgrown, and when he does move, it's very unfortunate for everybody around him. Wildfire Go-Go. So Wildfire Druids are, you know, it's Circle of Life, clear out dead forests. You know, make sure that new life can grow from the ashes. Blah 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 blah. So it would probably start off as just as a Skiddo. It would probably just be ground type. You know, it would be out there, you know, whatever, eating grass and pounding dirt or whatever. And then it would get the fire type added to it afterwards. Love the exhaust smoke coming out of his horns there, and obviously the burnt twig as his tail is really, really cool. Love the color scheme on that. Please make Survivor Poison Steel though. The mega is definitely going to have a new type added to it. I don't know if the regular regional will, because I don't want to have too many regional Pokemon, and also the hero's doing all this work for me. I don't want to give him too many things, but I definitely need a secondary typing for Survivor, and I think Steel would be a really good one. Have a mythical for different systems, one for arcane, one for divine, and one for nature, one for material. So right now there are like the two box legendary Pokemon are Bahamut and Tiamat. Like those are the two story driven Pokemon. Then the 5 chromatic dragons are crucial to the story. Each of the evil team admins is going to have one of them. Obviously, you need the 5 of them to summon Tiamat. Right now, they have 3 stages each. I don't know if they'll keep all 3 stages or if they'll be, you know, de facto, like mythicals. Like, you know, or just something like Heatran, where it's like, is it a legendary? I don't know. Maybe it is. I haven't decided yet. I think I'm far off from that. But as far as other, yeah, there would be other, just like in D&D, there's a million gods. Like there would be other things that we would maybe want to add in, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse. You know, I want to start with, yeah, man, go for it. Let me know, Joe. And then finally for Druid, while we're waiting on that, Tropius. Just like Justice from Arawak, Justice for Tropius. You know, horrible typing, but I love this this stupid banana beard. Tropius is making a comeback. Tropius is gonna be the best Pokemon in the game, gosh darn it. That exactly, Silver. So Tropius incoming. Tropius is getting. I want Tropius and Hero's request was Tropius get a mega. My request is Marowak get a mega, and he draws them, so he can do whatever he wants. Justice for Tropius. So, but yeah, for I'm gonna show the sketch that the hero made for the starters. There will be a each of the starters represents fairy, metallic, and gem dragons, and all of them will either resist, be super effective against, or have a ability or signature move that will make them effective against dragons. So like when you get your proper starter Pokemon, they're all dragon adjacent, they're all dragon shaped, none of them are dragon type. Okay. Well, what? Needin the Needle. Burkrill the Krill. All right, so we have. Well, what's the Needle Pokemon? I assume he's the grass starter, obviously, but Burkrill. Assuming it's a fire shrimp, and then Croaky the emotional Pokemon. Is it a frog? What are they? Give me more information. For fighter, Crustle, Eldritch Knight. So this is based off of one of the Etherean Fakemon. I had a hermit crab that accidentally made its house inside of a scroll of invulnerability. So we kind of took that same concept here, but we turned it into Crustle. So a little bit smaller pincers rather. Eldritch Knights are mostly about abjuration magic. So even though it is a spell scroll, I mean, it's just the shield spell. That's just, as far as I'm concerned, the Eldritch Knight just bonks things and then uses shield. So this thing will bonk things and use shield. And that's it. Water Steel Cerulege. So the plumage on the helmet is bubbles now. We got water swords. This and Armarouge will probably get megas because one of the evil team admins is going to have Cerulege as his ace. Because his armor looks almost exactly like a Cerulege. So very strong chance that Cerulege and Armarouge will get megas because they kind of fit into the story in getting those things. So exactly, Silver, yeah. Like I said, they're like representative. Like I said, they're representatives of fairy, metallic, and gem dragons respectively. So they're kind of like, you know, the envoys of those envoys, avatars, whatever word we would want to use in like D&D terms or in fantasy terms. But they're representative of those types of dragons, you know. So like the gods not wanting to or not being able to interfere directly, but they can help you out a little bit, kind of thing, you know. And then Surfetch is going to be a samurai instead of a chivalrous knight. So samurai is a fighter subclass, obviously. Then we have fighting and giving him ice, so he's got a cool ice sword and he's wicked awesome. Justice for Ladian. I don't think Ladian will get a mega, but it will probably get huge power or something. More medieval, yeah. So but Astral Self. So Astral Self is JoJo. So it has spinning. It'll be spinning around. I mean, if we do animated sprites, I don't know how complicated that is to do animated sprites, but theoretically, this little aura wheel would spin around him. So that way, these extra arms that would be doing the bonking, it'd be hard to see him coming because they'd be coming from all different directions. So we get Astral Self Ladian. Want to give a crappy bug something cool to do. So we got Ladian. The Time of Troubles. In 3rd edition, 3 million years ago, because in fantasy, time doesn't mean anything. Grass nuclear. Oh, so you're taking the nuclear from uranium. Nice. Real Pokemon, Croaky. What? Nice. All right, hey. Very cool, man. Grass bug. Nice. That sounds awesome. Thanks, man. Toxicroak. I was talking to so Toxicroak, Mercy. So Mercy monks are either healing you or putting you out of your misery. So having Toxicroak with the fairy poison type seemed to make a whole lot of sense. So it can inject you with its healing goo or its murder goo, whichever one it's feeling like you need at the time. And then open hand monk, Nidoqueen, baby. We got the king and queen. Oh, the king and queen are also getting megas because Nidoking is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, and Hero requested Nidoqueen get a mega. So, and obviously if one of them gets a mega, the other one has to get a mega. Like, duh. Let's be serious here. But their normal poison typing has been replaced by psychic. And then so psychic ground, she's gonna be a big old muscle lady, and she's beautiful. Beautiful. So I thought about that, like maybe putting this in like an ancient Galar, because I can't make it the Sword Coast, and I don't know like how I want to base the map. Like I could base the map off of part of the Sword Coast, which I made like a rough draft of that illusion. But I think I'll just make up my own region. It'll be easier for the sake of the lore, I think. Because like then like where are Zacian and Zacian? So, but I like that idea a lot of like an ancient Galar. Not that good on Mega Pirate. No, hell no, dude. So Paladin. So Oath of the Crown B. Oath of the Crown Beedrill, rather. So this is based off of another Fakemon that we had before called Wasquire. So Wasquire used to be gender evolution, where the male would become Wasquire and the female would become Pharaoh Queen, which was basically just Vespa Queen. So there was no reason to keep them because Vespa Queen already exists, but we can turn Beedrill still into that Paladin. So yeah, so bug fighting, give it some better typing. Obviously, the base stat total is not great on Beedrill. It's an early Pokemon, but it does get a Mega, so that, you know, it is what it is. This can be a guy that we still get right away, and we can still take it for the first couple of gyms, quote unquote. They're not gonna be gyms, but we can pretend like they're gyms. You know what I'm saying here. Then we have Empoleon as an Oathbreaker, so Dark Steel. Just made it evil. Made Empoleon dark, made his fins a lot sharper, made the color scheme, obviously, you still have the gold on there for the Emperor part of it. But the coloration obviously is a lot darker. More obviously we got red, black, and gold now. Oh yeah, dude, I love Beedrill, man. Couldn't be stopped, destroyed Galar. 300 years post recovery, there's a whole new. Oh, that's cool. That's a great idea. That's a really neat twist on it. That's a very cool twist on it. Maybe I'll just take the Galar map and not call it Galar. And then Gallade. We have Gardevoir, but you have to have Gallade Vengeance Paladin, so we still got that fire in there. And then we got the fighting in there because it is a Gallade, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see him. It's cool. He's got like one sword arm and then one kind of like bulky, like not quite shield arm, but like one like bonking arm. Very cool. Yeah, he is exactly. He's a tyrant. And now, Ranger, Phalanx. I can't remember if it was Hero or Mabe. No, it was Beck. Beck, you helped me with this. Beck helped me come up with Swarm Phalanx. So we were talking about the regionals and how like I didn't know. Forgot what we had for. Oh, originally it was either Tangrowth or Snorlax for a Swarm Ranger, and I was like, I'm not feeling it. Like, I don't know if I really like this. We already have a lot of bug Pokemon. Like, I don't think this is gonna work out. And then we were going back and forth for a while, and Phalanx came out. So these little like Robin Hood guys are all gonna fuse together to basically turn into Aragorn when they Mega Evolve. It'll be very funny. Oh, that's really neat, dude. I like that. I like that, but Illusion Battalion. But yeah, Phalanx is the homie. And then we got Fearow. I wanted to have an Axe Peak. I've wanted an Axe Peak Pokemon for over 2 years that I've been getting help make these D&D regions, and I've never been able to find a way to make it look right or feel right. And then I was like, all right, well, I need some regionals for some weak Pokemon. What do we got? You know, I can do ground, and then it just hit me. Fearow already looks like an Axe Beak. Just stick it on the ground. Well, it's tough, dude, when I'm only doing 3. You know, but that also being said, we're trying to avoid having, you're not going to see, the only times you're going to see dragon Pokemon are when you are around the bad guys, because they're the cult of the dragon. So like, whatever they're doing as they're doing it, that's like when you're going to start seeing dragon Pokemon pop up, but it's mostly not going to be until towards the end of the game. So I don't. And the other problem is that the Pokemon that you start with is based off of a Kobold, and when it evolves, it evolves into a Drake. So I didn't want to have 2 Pokemon that like looked the same. You know what I mean? But yeah. Fearow as a Beastmaster. But it's an Axebeak. I've wanted an Axebeak for forever. Now I got my Axebeak, and he's beautiful. People are gonna be riding these bad boys. Bandits are gonna be riding these bad boys like you wouldn't even believe. And then Sceptile's a Gloomstalker. Sceptile was originally a scout, but then Hero pointed out that there were multiple starters under Rogue, so it was a little overpowered. We wanted to spread the love around a little bit. But Sceptile is going to be hiding underground, just like Fantasy Batman, and he'll pop up. He's got a hand crossbow stalactite launcher right here on his right wrist. And obviously, he'll dive underground, collect more of these, rock quills or whatever that he'll be able to shoot and throw and stuff like that. Sceptile is wicked, and I love this design so stinking much. Justice for Samurott. He stands up now. He goes from being a river otter to a sea otter. He stands up. He's a swashbuckler. I wanted to combine elements of the fact that otters use tools. So that's already, there kind of with Oshawott and Dewott with their clam weapons that they use in the normal games. But I wanted to take it in even further step. So its little tri-corner pirate hat is made out of half of a cloister shell. And even its sword and its dagger are just frozen cloister spikes. I wanted that to be, a part of its design here. Still gets to have the mustache because he's a pirate. Of course, he still has the mustache. But he's standing up and water ice. Samurott there. He is the dude, and I love him, and I'm so glad he stands on 2 feet now. He's the proper way. Now, for the other 2 rogues, going into more regional giving love to some birds that maybe not have gotten it in the past. We were thinking about having a cockatrice. So Pheasant's plumage on the male already kind of looks like it could be poison type. So we have as a scout rogue, and obviously as a scout rogue, things like carrier pigeons and things like that totally make sense. They'd be using these things for communication and whatnot over distances or even within a city, spy networks, yada yada yada. So for a scout rogue, we'll combine the idea of a carrier pigeon with a cockatrice for a regional pheasant. Just like all the other designs, I can show you guys the sketch of in a couple of minutes. I love him. I think he's adorable. I never thought I'd give a crap about a Pidove, and here I am giving a crap about Pidove. And then finally, we initially were going to go for Assassin, but then we landed on the Ghost route because Drapion was already Bug Dark. So we went with Bug Ghost, Phantom Rogue. So it's kind of like a Lich rogue. So in the Etheria region, we had a beetle that called Phylactazar, and it was a phylactery. It was basically a Lich's phylactery, but it was disguised as a Pokemon. So we took some Hero took some elements from that design, put it into Heracross. So we have like this like creepy like skeletal Heracross that is a spirit inhabiting the husk of this beetle and is doing roguey things with it. You're giving care about Pheasant, not Pidove. I mean, Pidove will still be better than he was. The whole line, the whole line is getting something, and that's more than it's ever gotten before. If anybody out there thinks that the Pidove line is their favorite regional bird, I'll be very surprised, because they ain't been back, I don't think. I don't even remember. I don't think they've been back. A water flintlock pistol. That could be cool, Silver, yeah. For Sorcerer, Wild Magic Delibird. So it'll be either color change or Protean or some kind of enhanced version of adaptability. Maybe it'll get a Mega, just so that way it's we can do something about its stat distribution. But Delibird, and its tail is a bag of holding, so it'll just pull things out and throw it. So it'll just be there doing his damn thing. Clockwork Soul Hypno. You guys came up with this. I can't remember who exactly did it, but I sent Hero a couple pictures of Warforged, and taking that, and obviously when you turn Hypno into a robot, it looks kind of like a Plague Doctor mask a little bit. But yeah, I had sent Hero some pictures of Warforged. So the ghost slash the pendulum are here in the center. So when he's standing upright, you'll be able to see the actual, you know, the swirling spirit or whatever that is possessing this Tin Man body. But I really like the design. I really like the pink was a good choice. I like the pink. I really like the pink. I think it came out really cool. And then here's Nidoking, Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. He kept the poison. This is all about offense, baby. And then obviously the Muscle Mommy. The Muscle Mommy Nidoqueen can stomp right on this nerd. So we wanted Nidoqueen's typing to be super effective against Nidoking, because, you know, bonk them dorks. Moving into Warlock, it's Lucario based off of Fiend Warlock. If Aura Sphere is not Eldritch Blast, then I don't know what is. And this is loosely based off of another Etherean Fakemon, which was Will from Baldur's Gate. It was, you know, it already looked like Lucario mixed with Houndoom, mixed with Shadow the Hedgehog. So just taking some of those elements and putting them directly into Lucario, we got ourselves a Fiend Warlock. And I'm very excited for it to have Mega Launcher as its, at least its Mega ability, if not its normal ability. Just loading this bad boy up with all the pulses. Which goes into Meowscarada, who is an Archfey Warlock. So it has a symbiotic relationship with this bug. I don't know if we'll make it directly like Cutiefly or something like that. Kind of like how you see Remoraid's underneath Mantines. But either way, Fairy Bug. So it'll start off Fairy, and then it'll eventually gain the Bug typing once it makes its little friend. But the entire purpose behind this is that they are, like I said, they are the same entity. Oh, that could be fun. But that might be something I need to figure out how to program. Because it's like I have no experience with any of the essential stuff. But it's stuff you can always build on. You know, 1.0, it can just be Delibird with Protean. But then it can, you know, it can go further than that. It can go even further beyond. But we'll see. I'm down for figuring stuff out, though. And then Watchog. We had a Cranium Rat Fakemon. So Watchog is now our Cranium Rat Fakemon. Because we wanted to have a rodent that... we wanted an early root rodent to have a regional. Because the first quest that you do, of course, is going into the basement of the tavern that you start the game in and beating up a bunch of rats. And I thought the first thing that you do would be cool to show off some of the regional Pokemon if you had to go into the basement and fight those regional Pokemon. So I wanted to have an early root rodent be a regional, and we had already had a Cranium Rat, and Watchog already has them hypnotic eyes. So it made sense to transfer that Cranium Rat Pokemon into Pat Rat and Watchog. So, getting a little bit more early game regional action so people can feel like they are filling out their teams with some meaningful new stuff, and that's always fun, and I want people to have fun. You better be having some fucking fun right now. Sorry, I try not to swear, but I keep on doing it. Finally, Wizards! Divination Wizard Charizard. So on its tail, it has its crystal ball. It's pondering its orb. It's protecting its orb. This Charizard is not going to be super fast. It'll have some of that speed redirected into its defenses, I would imagine. And same thing with some of its attack. This is not a physical presence of a Charizard. This guy is pondering his orb. And don't you dare get anywhere near that orb. Fire and Psychic because he's still a Charizard. And Psychic because Orb Ponder. I can see the future. Great TFS reference. Smeargle's a scribe. Smeargle already paints stuff. Now he's a wizard. He's a lich wizard. He's old. He's so old he died. That's the whole gimmick. That's the whole gimmick. He's old. But no. I'll think of a fun. We'll think of a fun gimmick for him. Obviously, Smeargle already has a gimmick. I think that what we do is with this version of Smeargle, obviously it still will learn Sketch every 10 levels, but I think additionally it would be able to learn every TM and HM if we have HMs, because wizards would be able to transcribe those moves into their spell books. So as a result, it would be able to learn theoretically every move in the entire game, but would not necessarily through the use of Sketch. So that's kind of how we expand upon that a little bit and make it wizardly. Oh yeah, like a chance to put a chance to put it to sleep, or giving it even something like Effect Spore. You should expect a Doom Desire to be fired from the Divination Charizard. That is a great point, Delphix. Yeah, when we get into movesets, we're gonna be back for help, because I don't remember every move. There's hundreds of moves, maybe thousands of moves in Pokemon at this point. I'm gonna need help. Oh gosh. And then finally, Noctowl is an illusion wizard. I love regional birds. I don't know if you noticed, there's 3 of them with regional variations, but we wanted another flying type Pokemon because there was a insane lack of flying type Pokemon. Initially, we wanted to do Mandibuzz, because that would have been a fun one. There's already a bunch of Unnovan Pokemon in here, but turning Mandibuzz into anything else didn't really make sense. We wanted to do illusion specifically. So Noctowl's now dark. Custom moves are cool. Custom moves are cool, but I also would need to figure out how to code them and animate them and stuff. So that could be something that maybe comes into play later on. Far more likely to have, some custom abilities, because that stuff's easier. I just write down in the PBS file what it does, and then it does it. But when it gets into having to animate it and stuff, although I guess I'd have to hire somebody to do that, or commission somebody to do that, and that'll kind of depend on how. Obviously, I can't make money directly off of this. Fan projects are, nothing. But if I do a Ko-Fi or a Patreon or tiers on the channel, if you are a member, you get to try out the beta faster or something like that, or you get input, or you can be a trainer, some kind of perks or whatever, or even just doing dev streams and making videos about it. If that stuff gains traction, then I'll be able to obviously tip Hero properly for doing all the art, but then additionally, commission work out for other stuff. But it won't work unless this is it'll be much more standard unless I can get more resources. Could the Noctowl's nickname be Horton or Waldo? I mean, it could be. Gotta find him. Let me pull up pardon me, Arcana. Here we go. So let me pull up the starters, and then I'll show you guys the rest of the sketches of the regionals that we haven't seen yet. So these are the starters. So it'll be Fire Fairy. I wanted it, the inspirational image I sent Hero was the Fire Spirit from Frozen 2. I wanted it to just be like a derpy little dog lizard thing. And obviously Hero grabbed some pictures of actual fairy dragons. In the past, we had a fairy dragon Pokemon in Etheria that was based off of Figment from Epcot. More Disney stuff. I'm kind of a Disney parks dude. And Frozen and Cars are my daughter's favorite movies. So a lot of Ka-Chow and a lot of Elsa going on in this household. But I really liked the idea of just having like this like goofy salamander being one of your guys. So Fire Fairy, he evolves into this majestic creature. Exactly, Mabe. Also welcome. Did you see all the regionals? But yeah, so that's Fire Fairy, and then we have Grass Steel. I wanted to base it off of a combination of brass and copper dragons. So I can't remember if it's brass or copper, but their crests look kind of like chameleons. So, you know, chameleon is the very basic thing. I know this is kind of a big fella, but since Grass Steel is such a strong typing, this guy's gonna have to be frail. He has to be frail. Otherwise, we're screwed. Otherwise, it's just too good. You know, fire. It's only weak to fire and bug. That's it. And it resists like 10 types. True, there is Ferrothorn. That's a good point. A Druid River Firefighting, yeah. Fire and fighting, thank you, yes. But yeah, so this is our I wanted like just kind of like I mean, metallic dragons they are very personable to people, but they're very wise and ancient, so I kind of wanted it to be kind of bored looking. So got this guy, and then our gem dragon. I was talking to Mabe about this. I was stuck between water psychic and water ice, because obviously ice would be steel resist dragon, and then fairy and ice are super effective against dragon. Psychic doesn't do anything for us, but I mean, amethyst dragon, gem dragons literal whole deal is that they're psychic. So this will be an instance where I do have to make a custom move, and I'll have to figure it out, because they'll have to have a psychic move as their signature ability that is super effective against dragons. Or they will have an ability that gives them some sort of resistance to dragon as its hidden ability. So that way we can still kind of have that de facto dragon counter situation going on. Yeah, exactly. No, this will be physical attacking, probably fairly frail. I was debating maybe giving it, if it was more like slender, like if it was more like Inteleon shaped, like if it was kind of like a top heavy skinny little guy, then I would maybe want to give it Prankster as a hidden ability, so that way it would be able to utilize, you know, maybe powders and things like that. But considering that it is a more imposing figure, I think far more likely it's going to try to be a physical sweeper. So, you know, maybe it'll, even though it's not gear based, it's still steel. So probably things like, you know, probably get like Hone Claws, and you know, maybe Dragon Dance at a really high level. But I think it's going to go for more of a physical sweeper role. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I don't. Well, but it's also like that's not ice. You know what I mean, babe? That ain't ice. I can't do it. I can't do it. Exactly. Yeah, just like he bonks everything like cray. So this will be like a somewhat bulky special attacker. This will be, you know, this is our Venusaur. This is our Charizard, our physical Charizard, and then this is our Blastoise. So kind of having those three general roles. So yeah, just imagine this guy giving you a kiss. Look at him. Anyways, but yeah, those are colored sketches of those guys. Rock. True, it could be rock, but gem dragons are all about psychic. But for sketches of some of the final stages of the other regionals that we talked about, so we got Noctowl. I asked Hero if he made him the Resident Evil 4 merchant on purpose. He said no, but what are you buying? What are we buying right there? We got our dark knock towel, which I'm wicked into. And then we have our ice fighting surf fetched. So he's got the top knot. He's got his ice sword coming out of his leak. It's wicked awesome. Welcome back, Silver. Going on down to our Jellicents. So water poison on the Jellicents. So they're gonna have their little orb potion bottles there. That's what Drampa looked like when he was. Okay, hey, that's, you know what? That's a good point. It could be. But yeah, here are our Jellicents, and then so we have Luxray here. So like I said, its main would be Rock. With the 2 false heads for a Chimera. Give it something like Rock Head, so hopefully it can go ahead and bonk the ever-living bejesus out of stuff. But yeah, wanted to get a Chimera, and it was between Luxray and Pyroar, and I thought that we thought Luxray might be funner because people love Luxray, and also I wanted to have a Luxray regional that didn't get dark because Luxray wouldn't have dark as a secondary typing. It's all about lighting things up and protecting things. It would be fairy or fighting if it had a regional, if it had a secondary typing. But anyways, Swamp Tropius. Check out Swamp Tropius. He's beautiful. Look at them bananas. Look how tired he is. Look at this guy. I love him. Tropius is so good. I'm so happy with Tropius. There's no light without dark. That's a good point. Can't cast a shadow without a little light. But I still don't think he would be dark as a secondary typing because he's all about being a good boy. Grumpig, when pigs fly, this pig's flying. He's singing opera while he does it. He's got a scroll on his squiggle spring butt because he's a lore bard. He's out there belting his heart out. I also like the idea because if Spoink stops bouncing, it dies, but this one just floats around. I think it's a great way to twist it around. Maybe it can't touch the ground. It's the opposite. It has to be holding onto a float stone. Otherwise, it's just like, I don't know, like it would never get back up again. I don't know what kind of logic we can use on that. I think it could be fun. It's just a fun way to turn it around. Plus, pigs flying is always good. We have Gardevoir and Gallade here. So Gardevoir's dress is maybe more like like stained glass, like straight tight, made out of, you know, fire glass kind of thing there. Got the little fiery thing going on here. Her hair is more of a helmet, which I really like. And then for Gallade, like I said, we got smoke coming out of his little midsection here, along with some more pronounced feet going on there. One big long great sword arm, and then some armor over here on his left arm. So it's immortal. Yeah, basically, as long as he never touches the ground, he's good. So I really dig the Gardevoir and the Gallade. I'm excited to see how they look when they get their colors. All these guys, obviously, but them, I'm really into. Yeah, love Gallade with the great sword. Just imagine how big it's gonna be when he mega evolves. It's gonna be his whole body's just a sword, baby. And then we have, you know, this empty vessel. Oop, I don't even use OneDrive. Anyways, this kind of empty vessel Heracross here. So, the soul, you know, an undead soul lich, whatever, is inhabiting this Heracross. The reason why Hero initially landed on Heracross was, I was like, well, we know we want to give regional megas. Like, what's a mega that you want to redesign? He said, I don't like Heracross's mega, which is fair. It is a little weird looking, I understand. But, you know, but now he's got sword arms, and I'm very excited to see what he looks like when he mega evolves in this new kind of more like assassin mode. Watchhog, so it's our cranium rat, rather. So the tendrils that a cranium rat would normally get from all that mind flayer exposure, have them all twisted up into kind of like a staff, which is really neat. And then we'll have some pink hair going through the top of its head to make it look like that kind of like exposed brain that you get on a cranium rat. So very similar to the Neurorat and Neuroking line that we had for the Etherean Pokemon, but I think it's a really cool way to redo it with an existing Pokemon. Plus, putting a spotlight on another Pokemon that doesn't really get a lot of love. Like, I forgot that I'd actually kind of like Patrat. and Watchog when I was playing ZA. Like I always thought just like whatever, like discount Rattata. But after playing that game and just like and then walking around and that you can get that alpha Watchog kind of early on, and it's just like taller than you with those big crazy eyes. It's so endearing. So endearing. But then we got the Nido King and Queen of Summer here. Those psychic types. So we got the Professor Xavier stance going on there. It kind of makes his horn look kind of like a circlet. So even though obviously sorcerers aren't using intelligence, but you still kind of have that what the hell is it called? Helm of Intellect kind of going on there with that cool circlet. So yeah, we got that going on there, and then Nido Queen. I was originally envisioning it having a stance more like Chuck, but I kind of like the one leg up. She's gonna beat the crap out of you. I love it. And then her ears are kind of tilted back a little bit, like it's part of a head tie. Really into the design, really into the Nido Queen. And then for the Unfezants, so giving a little bit of something to the female, and then making the plumage larger on the male, making him a little bit sharper in design. So sharper tail, sharper wings, obviously sharper mask on the face, things like that. So it's our little kind of like cockatrice pigeon hawk thing. Well, Ninetales already has a regional. Theoretically, it could have another regional. So it's not to say that there won't be any other regionals, because I don't know. But we were afraid of there being too many regionals, because at that point, like for example, I like Pokemon Vanguard a lot. And I'm only using it as an example because it is a game that has like exclusively regionals. If you have too many, if you're making a regional out of a Pokemon, can you make it make sense? Can you give that Pokemon some kind of new identity, or can you spin its identity into something new? And if the answer is yes, then you give it a regional. If the answer is no, then you don't give it a regional. So like, I don't want to have 200 regional Pokemon just because they might be neat and cool looking. I want them to, I just like how Pokemon tell a story with their design, even if it's not the most advanced story in the world. I want it to make sense in some way. And it's also the kind of thing where a lot of people, you know, so people like regionals and take them on and stuff, but most people just want to play the game, you know? They just want to see the story. So I don't want to overwhelm it. No, I'm with you, Silver. I love regionals. You kidding me? Give me every regional in the universe, but I also recognize that it's like, you know, sometimes you're playing a game and you run into a thing and you're like, what the hell is that? What are you? What kind of animal are you? So I want you to be able to figure out what these are by looking at them, and I don't want to have too many of them because I don't want to make people angry. But that being said, something like Ninetales, just because it's not getting a regional doesn't mean it can't get a mega. Because like I said like an hour ago, I think that for the most part, the megas in the game are going to be custom. And that, like I said, that's not to say that only the regionals are going to get megas, but like, you know, I'm not going to stick Slowbro. And once again, Hero and I were talking about this yesterday or the day before. Next week, not Fused Dimensions, Mega Dimensions comes out, and there's going to be like another 20 plus new Mega Pokemon. If I did that, the entire Pokedex would only be Pokemon that can Mega Evolve. So I'm going to pick and choose what Pokemon I'm going to add in that have Megas. So that way we can make Megas out of Pokemon that we like. A Dragon Bidoof? Well, no, yeah. So, but you know, I mean, hold on, just because not all of you guys have seen the Etheria Pokemon. Hold on here. Where are we? Where are you? You beautiful little punk. $72. Where are you, Kobling? So this is going to be our partner Pokemon that we started the game with. So, Mabe, if you go join the Discord rather, a Wyvern Babarrel, but it's a beaver. Mabe is working on a ROM hack that right now is a reskin of Fire Red using the D&D Pokemon that Hero and a handful of other artists, but mostly Hero, helped me make. I'm going to be taking some of those Pokemon along with these new regional Pokemon and then some normal Pokemon to be making my own game. It's just cooler. Yeah. But you and your friends are going to start with your partner Pokemon, and for basically the way that the very basic story of the game is a long time ago, humans had magic, and Pokemon, in whatever form they were in, were the monsters that people fought, like normal D&D. And at some point, some bad people summoned Tiamat. So, the good guys had to do a thing to seal it up. But as a result of that happening, the gods were like, you guys are done. We're done with this. People suck. You guys can't be trusted. Took magic away from people. Increased the Pokemon population. So people had to be, you know, people had to figure out a way to operate in this new world without magic. So then animal husbandry, and eventually Pokemon and Pokemon trainers, and now you're in a Pokemon world. We all live in a Pokemon world. But one of the results of Tiamat going away is that there's a significant decrease in dragon Pokemon. So just like how it would be very rare for you to find a dragon just walking around the general world in, you know, on the Sword Coast, there's not going to be that many dragon Pokemon. They're only going to be in like underground or in ruins or near where the bad guys are, because they're trying to bring the Tiamat back. So that's where you're going to find most of the Pokemon, dragon Pokemon in the game. But you are going to start with a Kobold. And Kobolds love dragons. Kobolds love dragons so gosh darn much that they want to be a dragon. And this one turns into a dragon, sort of. So because you are someone with a dragon, and most people don't have dragons, and dragons are super rare, you are important. And that's how story work. That's how very basic generic fantasy story go. So that's how we're going to roll with it. Mind Flayer, Psyop mortals out of their magic. I mean, so that was another thing when I'm figuring out what Fakemon to put in. Like, I have a Mind Flayer Pokemon. But I think what Hero and I landed on, and I think I'm going with my gut on this one. If a Pokemon is an iconic Dungeons and Dragons monster, so like Beholders, Owlbears, Mimics, the Chromatic Dragons, like stuff like that, those Fakemon stay. If it is a humanoid Pokemon or a concept that could be fulfilled by an existing Pokemon, it does not come. So I have a Mind Flayer Pokemon. It will not be coming because Malamar exists, because Hypno exists, because Toedsquirrel exists. All these Pokemon already control people's minds. And 2 of the 3 of them are squid adjacent. So I don't need a Mind Flayer because there already are 2 Mind Flayers. In the Discord, dude. So, you know what? I need to pay to just boost the Discord, especially if I'm making a game. Like, people need to get into the server, and the fact that I don't have a link is just like unacceptable. There you go. So, there is a section called Ethereal Red. There's a download section that that Mabe, whose name on there is Lipton, has a download in there for patching. Good instructions how to patch a Fire Red ROM. But yeah. What else can I show you guys? What else do I got? I mean, are you doing it on a computer? So what you downloaded is a patch file. That'll let you patch a ROM. That's not just the game. I mean, if you're on Android, you just open it. It'll just do it on its own. There should be like it's not the game, it's a file. So you need to go to a patching website to apply that to a Fire Red patch. I pinned a what's it called? Where are you going with your face? I don't know what I'm doing today about my butt. You want to Google Fire Red Squirrels. You Google Fire Red Squirrels and you download that. I didn't tell you how to do that, but if you download that, and there's another website that I pinned called ROM.js Patcher. You take that Fire Red Squirrels, you stick it in there, then you stick that file you just downloaded in there, and bing, bang, boom, you got yourself a game. Bing, bang, boom, you got yourself a game. Yeah, squirrels. Is that what it is? Isn't it squirrels? Yeah, Fire Red Squirrels. Fire Red parentheses squirrels. It's just a clean version of the ROM. Or Fire Red 1.0. I got more art. I got more stuff. Did I show you guys these? I can't remember if I showed you guys these or not. I don't remember if I showed you guys these or not. These are us. These are us. These are our homies. These are our homies. These are sketches, but they're the homies. So we have our protagonists. The male-coded and the female-coded protagonists. My dog thinks she's going outside. So these are our dudes. The bag of holding is a little Mimikyu, which is fantastic. I love that little touch there. But these are our guys. You know, they're Pokemon protagonists. And then our friends. So you're gonna start the game with your two friends, and you want to become adventurers together. You know, you're fledgling Pokemon trainers. You just got your license or whatever, you made your guild, however the context of the game is. That'll allow you to capture as many Pokemon as you need to conduct your guild business, etc. Oh, don't worry, I got a whole bunch of randos. I'll tell you guys in a minute. Thank you. I kind of wanted a I wanted earth tones. So I wanted it to be you know, green, brown. The original drawing that I had was from a different artist who had given them like metal breastplates, but I was like, that doesn't really work so well. So I'm glad that Hero redid it the way that he did, but I am happy with how they turned out. But I gotta let my dog outside. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Very full of that, baby. Be quick. But our two friends, I wanted to have, so everybody's human, but I wanted people to kind of be like coded to different D&D races a little bit if I could. So we have our sorcerer. We have our elf sorcerer, basically. Very Elsa coded. I wanted it. My daughter, like I said, my daughter's obsessed with Frozen. But I wanted the kind of the more serious person of the group, the adult of the group, to be like the archetype for a sorcerer. So we got her. Her partner's going to be Glaceon. I don't know if you can tell. So she'll have an Eevee as her partner Pokemon. That being said, she'll probably get a different Pokemon that Mega Evolves, because I don't know if I should use 9 Mega Evolution slots on Eevees. That seems a little extreme. But you can tell by her robes and stuff, Glaceon is going to be her homie someday. But I wanted to have, Elsa-coded lady type. And then I wanted big, dumb orc barbarian man. Big, dumb orc barbarian man swears that his Magikarp knows Double Edge, but it doesn't. He just picks it up and swings it around like a sword. That's how he trains his Magikarp. He would challenge people to a Pokemon battle, stick out his Magikarp, and then beat people over the head with it. And that's what he does. Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, kind of. So, like when I was thinking of how I wanted to make this guy, and obviously, it has the random like yellow accents and stuff that Magikarp has. But what I didn't notice the first time I saw it is that his hair is a Gyarados. So obviously, his bangs going up here are Gyarados' crest. It comes behind. Even the way his beard connects, it makes it look like his head is an open mouth of a Gyarados. So like, Hero's just like the man, dude. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at our boy work. But what really hammered home this guy's personality was when we meet our next friend, our rogue guy, is going to be when you're imprisoned by some bad guys. And it's like, all right, we got to get out of here. Don't bother. I already tried to pick the lock. You haven't tried everything. And he just Ivors it with Magikarp. Screams Double Edge with his Magikarp. Swings it, breaks the door down. Because this Magikarp ain't your ordinary man. You aren't dealing with your average Magikarp anymore. So yeah. So I wanted to have like a mastermind rogue type kind of guy. I wanted them to be very beautiful. So the kind of inspiration that I had sent over, I sent a picture of Atticus from Scarlet and Violet without his mask. And his partner Pokemon is going to be Survivor. So Survivor is definitely going to get a Mega. I had already decided that. And actually, based on these discussions, I think the Steel would be a good secondary typing for that. So that might work. But I wanted them to be, the cold and calculating, very pretty, but not really aware of how handsome he is guy. And he'll have a Survivor, and he's our rogue friend. You know what? Fine. I mean, Double Edge is just a joke because he's still just swinging. He could, yeah, true. But I still really like the design. I like how it came out. But since I did ask for some subdued colors since he is a rogue, but maybe some splashes of purple or yellow on his tunic would work. But I really like how he turned out. And then we got Artificer Girl. Got Pikachu. Of course, she has to have a electric type hairpiece because every electric type female specialist, every female electric type specialist has to have a hair accessory. It's mandatory. But I wanted to base her off of Luca from Chrono Trigger, but I didn't want it to be like exactly Luca. So, hairstyle, skin color, all that stuff. I was like, I want the vibe of Luca, but I don't want her to look like Luca. And I'm really happy with how she turned out. I love that she's got the grandma string on her glasses because, of course, she's probably doesn't actually need them. She's putting them on just for, probably some, I don't know. Probably doesn't need them all the time. Even though we have a bag of holding, I wanted her to have a big stuffed bag full of crap because she wants to have access to it all the time. Oh, there we go. We're gonna have a blade that looks like Survivor's tail. No, that's a really good note, Mabe. Average adventurer, kleptomania. Yeah, she just has all the things. So yeah, so my general plan is obviously it starts with the three of us. And we meet up with Rogue Guy, and he'll be more connected. because none of us know what the hell we're doing. He'll be more connected, and then he'll point us in the direction of totally not Luca, which will then kind of lead into more of the game. And then finally, I wanted to have old man like beneficiary guy be the paladin archetype, who will end up being, you know, not the champion, but like the final obstacle we have to face off against to you know, fulfill the main mission or whatever. His partner's Dragonite, and I didn't notice this the first time, but I love that the crest on his breastplate is a Dragonite. So dragons are super rare, but he's old paladin man. Of course he gets a Dragonite. I said I wanted Will from Baldur's Gate to be old. I want old Will. That's all I said. I want old Will, and I got old Will, baby. So I wanted old Will that liked dragons. Does that make Sirfetch'd Chrono? I mean, it doesn't not. So yeah. So that's our guild. Those are our friends. The way that I have it set up is all of our friends. So our 5 friends are 5 of the 13. So, you know, like I said, we have Sorcerer, Barbarian, Rogue, Artificer, and Paladin. They are 5 of the you know, things that we need to make the MacGuffin to save the day work. You know, so battling them and doing whatever it is that we need to do are 5 of them. There's going to be another 3 which will meet along the way, which will be good guys with us, effectively. But the rest of them, the other 5, are the bad guy. So we got our evil team. True. That's a good point. But we got our ranger right here, man. We got our bad guys. So this is Team Nexus. The original design, I did have a grunt originally made, but they looked honestly a lot like the rogue. I wanted the grunts to look a little silly, kind of like Team Galactic. Yeah, exactly. The Duergar, that's the point. I wanted them to look a little silly. And the grunts ace Pokemon, because they're effectively let me back up. They're effectively the cult of the dragon. They're trying to resummon Tiamat. They're obsessed with the dragons. They love dragons. For like the grunt ace, I wanted it to be Jedragon. Gerudogon? Big red guy. So, Hero made their robes and their hoods look like Duergar. So yeah. So they have that silhouette of that dragon. They have the spikes that he has on his hands and his feet. You got that big thing. But I feel like just like kind of like at the beginning of the Gen 4 games, when you see the Galactic runs, even Professor Rowan's like, what's up with these weirdos? Why do you look like that? I want people to be like, what's up with this idiot? Why do you look like that? But then obviously by the end of the game, it's horrible and scary and terrible. Attack of the Dragons. But yeah, and then each of the admins still have a different variation of that cloak as part of their design. So the first one's the Ranger. So I sent a picture of Actel from Kingdom Hearts and Kirishima from My Hero Academia. I wanted him to be like the opposite of our rogue friend. So I wanted him to be like kind of like deranged, like predatorial hunter guy. And each of their outfits kind of pulls a bit of inspiration from the chromatic dragon that they will eventually get. In addition to their ace Pokemon, they'll each get a chromatic dragon because they're the ones trying to summon Tiamat. So this guy's white dragon, so he's got white and blue in there because the white dragon is the ice one. So facial scars. This guy is just living out and about. I wanted him to have a stance similar to like Lebane, but obviously from this perspective, it doesn't 100% look like it. It's not a head-on perspective, but you know, if he's gonna have like the four frame entrance like you do in Gen 4, then it would be like him striking that very animalistic pose. Then we got our fighter guy. who's blue, who has our blue dragon. I wanted him to look like a dragoon, but I still, obviously he still had to wear the cloak, but as opposed to this guy where it's a little kind of like these other people who are really casual with their cloaks, I wanted it to be hemmed very nicely. It falls nicely. He's a very proper man. Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, it's the dragoon armor from Final Fantasy. So effectively, yeah, it would be, no, not Cecil. It'd be Kain. But same idea. So very straight laced. He is, the commander of the cult army type of guy. Very serious. He's honestly probably the only one who's serious other than the actual leader. But you got to have a straight man. So he's the straight man. And then I wanted Muscle Mommy Monk. So we got a Muscle Mommy Monk. I wanted to take Bo from Critical Role and Karlach and stick them together. And that's what we did. And she's a black dragon. So I know there's some yellow splotches on here. But you have the black going on there. But like I said, I wanted Bo plus Karlach. So we got Bo plus Karlach. And I'm very happy with that. And I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have her try to flirt with our big barbarian boy. And it's going to make him very uncomfortable because feelings are bad. And then our Fey Warlock, I wanted a little petite manic pixie dream girl like Ramona Flowers. I wanted a pixie cut, and I wanted her to be Fey adjacent. So you got the goofy boots, you got the fishnets, you got the gloves, you got the pixie cut. I wanted Meowscarada is going to be her race, so I even wanted her to have like a little mask right there. So this is our little trickster. This is our little shit. So it'll just be our little Harley Quinn Joker type of just like ruining things. So yeah. Oh yeah. So his ace is either going to be Sceptile or Firo. I don't know if I'll give Firo Omega, but both of them are they're obviously rangers. So either Firo or Sceptile. I'm thinking Ceruledge for him. I mean, he already has the dark blue armor. It really goes with Ceruledge. Nidoqueen for our bow type person. We got Meowscarada over here. Looks like a Chevalier, close enough to a Dragoon. Yeah. And then finally, we have our cult leader. So she is our cleric archetype. Hero made the joke about what if Nurse Joy was evil. And I said that was a great idea. So this is evil Nurse Joy. Guard of War will be her person. We got the lamp right there for the light cleric, the light spell, etc. So on. So yeah. I wanted her to look very warm and motherly, but she's not that power hungry evil cult leader. No, so we picked. So yeah. Oh, maybe you might have missed that part. We picked Nidoqueen as a monk on the big list, but for the regional Nidoqueen, she became a open hand monk, and she's psychic ground. And then Nidoking is an aberrant mind sorcerer, and he is psychic poison. I can pull that picture back up for you, buddy. Don't you worry about a damn thing. Ooh, baby. Here she is. Big muscle mommy Nidoqueen. And Professor Xavier Nidoking. Yeah. But that's all the stuff I got so far. We got our core group of friends. We got the evil team. We got sketches for the final evolutions for the regionals. What I want to do is tomorrow we will start our Nuzlocke over again. And we'll do that for a few hours. I mean, yeah, kinda. Well, we'll restart our Nuzlocke for Infinite Fusion tomorrow. We'll have a great time with that. Or honestly, maybe we'll do this first. Would you guys rather try to help me come up with 3 whether it's Pokemon on this list or not, it doesn't have to be Pokemon from this list. We can pick 3 Pokemon per class to not be regionals, just so like these ones have to be on the Pokedex type of dudes. Or should we do the Nuzlocke first? Or just Nuzlocke all day? I could just do the Nuzlocke all day. I can come on early again tomorrow, so probably be on at like 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I want to finish editing my last. Hey, no worries, man. I need to figure out. I need to edit. I played Heart and Soul, which is a great ROM hack. That the dev basically wants to make like the base for people to make Gen 2 hacks. There's a whole bunch of options in there. There's a whole bunch. It's a really, really cool game. But I have to edit that run, and then I have a Kanto/Johto randomizer Infinite Fusion run. I gotta edit those 3 videos, and then I think I'm good through February, so I can really dive into this stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see what I'm feeling tomorrow. But yeah, I want to pick basic, not exactly the. I want to have the distribution be relatively even between weak, regular, and strong Pokemon. But yeah, I want to do 3 more dedicated class Pokemon for each class. So like for Artificer, like I'm pretty confident for Artificer, like Tinkaton's in. Like you have to have Tinkaton. But once again, it doesn't have to be off of this list. We can still, we can brainstorm some more. But like if I'm going off of this list specifically, then I'm saying like Octillery, Tinkaton, and Metagross. Like those have to be in. So it's us figuring that out while we're through these. So that's what I want to kind of take a look at. Or like with Barbarian, like I would say like Berserker, Annihilate, and maybe Ursaluna. Like, yeah, those are our guys. That's who we need to have. We're doing those. So that way I can really whittle down the deck. So that way we're not sitting at like 600-700 Pokemon like I am right now. Gotta fight the urge for this. It plays a flute, and then it just has the bow floating behind it, and it can just it can fire all by itself. It can send the bow out. It can turn the bow into like an Aegislash bow, and it can just go do stuff on its own. I mean, because it's the Mega Delphox right now summons all those brooms, so you could do something like that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's do we pick? Yeah, I guess I could pick 3 more subclasses, or when it's applicable, 3 more subclasses, because obviously not every D&D class has 6 subclasses associated with it. Although what I think is really neat, in the new Eberron book that just came out, they gave Artificer a Cartographer subclass as like a secondary support class, as a more support class, because even Alchemist isn't super supporty outside of the handful of healing spells and your elixir. But it's all about like you get like initiative buffs and a lot of cool role-playing stuff, like being able to communicate with one another, or even aping some of the ranger stuff, like being able to recognize certain types of terrain and how to travel more efficiently. And I think it's very cool flavor stuff. I don't know how it plays in an actual game, but I think that's very, very neat. Then obviously Battlesmith. Yeah, I mean Battlesmith. But yeah, some really neat stuff. I mean, honestly, it might have been at some point. Remember, I bought that book. Let's look at it. Let me see if I can pull it out here. Although I don't own the book, so I guess it probably won't let me look at it, huh? Let's look. Artificer details. Yeah. Eberron Forger. Yeah, because I haven't bought this. Oh, you're gonna make me buy it, aren't you? You're gonna make me buy it, you son of a gun. Anyways, I'm gonna get going. I got work in the morning. Look at our failure up there on screen. But I will be back tomorrow. Whether we do Nuzlocke first or we do D&D stuff. I think I'm inclined to maybe do the D&C stuff first because more folks watch the stream at night. So probably inclined to do that. Well, just because looking at the last week, playing Infinite Fusion at night, we're getting Mabe, we had 70 people on either Sunday or Monday. It was crazy. But yeah, playing the game at night definitely nets more folks out. So I think I'm more inclined that, if I log in at like 6, from like 6 to like when I go I'll have to help my mother-in-law with bedtime, get my wife's dinner ready. And then when I take my break from like 7:30 to 8, then we switch over to Infinite Fusion. That's actually probably what I'll do tomorrow. We'll start off with D&D and then we'll at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Just look for whenever I post. I think that's probably that's the play. But I'm being beckoned, so I gotta go. Delphix, if you're typing something out and I miss it. Oh, the Infinite Shawns. Oh, that's too funny. That's really funny. Nice. Well, that's a fun way to bring something back. I liked the Acquisitions Incorporated. I never got to play with any of it, but I liked I bought the book and I read it and I enjoyed what I read. And actually, I guess part of this, because it's like you're trying to like open up and manage a guild. I was like, oh, that's like Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, but it's also like, I guess it's also kind of Acquisitions Incorporated. But all right. Guys, gals, and all the other pals, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'll be back on tomorrow evening. Keep it spicy. And I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. See ya.